Thank you, Heidi, and presenting sponsor SMUD. Up next, lessons from Lone Tree. Please welcome our morning keynote speaker, Mayor Jackie Millet.
Gotta find my tools. Good morning. It's really an honor and privilege to be here. And before I get into my speech, I need to send greetings from Dr. Cog. Dr. Cog is the Denver Regional Council of Government, and as a former chair of that organization, I want to share with you that I think a lot of the solutions that were achieved and will be achieved in the community around Denver really start at the Dr. Cog table. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the work that is done by our councils of government, and I wish you guys all of the best in your endeavor to really identify a collective vision for your community about how you want to move transportation forward, not just in individual communities, but throughout your entire region, and I think that's really important. So, let's see if I can make this work, the first part. No, that's not the one I wanted, but we'll start with this. So, Jackie Millet, Mayor of the City of Lone Tree, Colorado. When you hear that name, you probably think of this small little prairie town, picturesque Colorado, Rocky Mountains in the background with one tree, right? Well, I'm here to share with you we are much more than that. We are very proud of the Rocky Mountains, and we do have a lovely view, but we are much more than a one-tree town. And a lot of that has to do with our robust multimodal transportation system. So before I get into that, let me set the stage a little bit for you about our community. Lone Tree has a well-deserved, I believe, reputation for punching above our weight when it comes to attracting public and private investment in our community, and primarily in not just the business community, but actually the business community investing in our transportation system. I'm going to describe today really the primary three reasons that we think we are achieving these investments. So one is strong local leadership, and I'm not patting myself on the back here. Lone Tree formed 25 years ago. I am the third mayor, and we have had consistent, pragmatic, fact-based decision-making in the community. A vision was set, and we have all been rowing in that direction to execute that vision. We have all been involved, all three mayors have been involved in organizations beyond the city limits, and if I could give any advice to the elected officials, it's that, don't forget who brought you to the dance. So that's take care of your local community first, but when you have opportunities to engage and collaborate beyond the borders of your city, I would encourage you to do so. We have seen much success because of that, because we understand each other's issues, we know who our friends are, we know how to work with the people who may disagree with us to reach a collaborative solution that may not get either one of us exactly where we want to be, but we advance the ball. And the other most important thing is perseverance. Transportation investments really are a story of perseverance. These projects take decades, from the initial conception through the planning to actually beginning operation and construction. And I would say setting that vision and then everyone working towards it really is essential. So, Lone Tree has a couple of things going for it. One is, my mom sold real estate. Anybody know location, 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 right? It's drilled into you. We are ideally situated at the crossroads of the major north-south freeway in the state of Colorado, I-25, and an east-west connector called C-470. So that ideal location really did set us up for a lot of success. We began 25 years ago as this outer ring Denver suburb. We're about 20 miles south of Denver. We're about 90 miles east of some of the best skiing you'll ever want to see in Colorado. It's absolutely gorgeous. We're very close to a regional airport. The largest retail resort, that's what we call it, it's not a mall, it's a retail resort, is in the city of Lone Tree. We have a large medical campus in the city of Lone Tree, and we are also home to the University of Colorado's satellite campus, where there's classes that are taught in the city. Those things all happen because of the location of our community. And city leaders recognized early on that we really needed a complete multimodal transportation system to really capitalize on our location. So, to give you some facts, population is 15,000. You're probably like, 15,000, what does that lady know? We know a lot. We have a transportation system in the city of Lone Tree that surpasses the community to our north, who I'm not disparaging, that has 100,000 people in the community, and you'll hear more about that in a minute. We have about 20,000 jobs in the city of Lone Tree, and these are high-quality jobs. The most recent addition is a regional campus for Kiewit, and there will be about 2,000 employees that will be coming to the city of Lone Tree. 4.5 million square feet of retail, 3.1 million square feet of office. The average wage is about $115,000, so fairly wealthy. The median home price, which may not be a lot for California, is significant in Colorado. The median home price in the Denver metro region is just under $400,000. But in the city of Lone Tree, we're at $820 and it's going. So one of the challenges in our community actually is housing affordability. So this kind of sets the stage. So who were we, where we came from? Probably 25 years ago, one of the most important things that happened, and I don't want you to read all this slide, there's 2 points I want to make. But 25 years ago, the citizens of Lone Tree recognized our location was ideal, but we were separated and connected only by a freeway system. At that time, there was much discussion going on in the Denver metro region about a project called Fast Tracks. And Fast Tracks was an advanced light rail system that would be connecting with Denver as the hub, a number of suburbs around north, south, east, and west of the city. Lone Tree was not part of the RTD, Regional Transportation District, that was envisioning this plan. We knew as a community that our future was very much linked to moving people and goods in, out, around, and through our city, and that we could not just rely on a freeway interstate system to do that. So in 2003, the citizens of Lone Tree voted to tax themselves to join this district. Let me give you some context. Denver, everyone knows, Colorado is a purple state, and it is absolutely a purple state. Denver is very much blue. As you travel south from Denver, you turn to purple, and then you get to where I live, which is very red. And the fact that people chose to tax themselves is really a phenomenon that people are still talking about. At the same time we chose to tax ourselves to join this district, there was a very important vote happening in 2004, and this goes back to the regional collaboration and Dr. Cog and SACOG and you as elected leaders working together. It was the Fast Tracks vote. It was a vote to increase the tax to build this expanded rail system. And if you want to hear the details about how that vote was passed, I'll give you the end of the line. I want you to talk to lucky number 7. I told her I was going to do this, Maria Garcia Berry, who actually was one of the champions for getting that vote passed. But that vote was a very controversial vote. And the headline in the Denver Post said 40 mayors trump one governor. Our governor didn't support that, but the mayors in the Denver metro region collectively came together and said, this is what we need to be successful economically and for the community and moving the people that live in our community. So we did it. So that vote happened in 2004 and work began on Fast Tracks. So this slide is meant to kind of talk about the importance not only of these regional collaborations, but also of perseverance. Look at how long it had took from that vote in 2003 to 2019 when we opened those last light rail stations. So we all collectively rode, as your representative just said, together over these 25 years to make sure from the day the city incorporated to get to where we are. So I cannot stress that enough. The other thing I want to point out to you is that really we worked towards a multimodal solution. It wasn't just freeways and it wasn't just going to be transit. We knew we needed all of the elements. We needed potentially on-demand transit. We needed bikes. We needed pedestrians. We needed a walkable community. And we needed a system that would support electric vehicles. So again, not one thing is going to solve this for you. I really would encourage you, the students will be familiar with this, always pick E, all of the above, right? And when you're looking at transportation and transportation solutions for your community, I would encourage you to look at all of the above. So this is just a graphic that speaks to some of the things in our system, but what I'd like to highlight for you, remember, citizens, 15,000 people. We've got 5 light rail stations. Those are the red dots in our community. We've got 6 freeway interchanges. Those are the blue triangles in the community. I'm going to speak about our adaptive traffic signal a little bit later with you, but in our on-demand transit, which is the link, the green bus that you're going to see, that you see on there as well. But again, a community our size having these transportation assets is really unusual. So let's talk about light rail. The vote passed in 2003. The first 2 light rail stations opened in 2006 in the city of Lone Tree, and they were a great success. But we had a 2.3-mile extension with 3 more stops that we knew we needed. They were sitting in the area, a developing area of our community. In 2000, the city of Lone Tree annexed 3,500 acres of greenfield. This really has become the growth corridor for our community. And we made some significant decisions about zoning when we did annex that land. And part of that zoning was to increase density around our transit corridor. So we also, before we got those 3 light rail stations, we also invested in a partnership with our business community for the Lone Tree Link. One of the biggest challenges in my community, I don't know if any of you face it as well, when I talk to residents, it's traffic and congestion. So the idea of having this live, work, play community where we're bringing in these great jobs all sounds great until people think, oh, Charles Schwab campus, 4,000 people? Wait, that's 4,000 cars on our roads. And our residents were not happy to hear about that. But the addition of those 4,000 employees created a critical mass along one of the main arterials in our community. And what we did was approach the major employers along that corridor, along with the Transportation Management Authority, to say, let's start a fixed route shuttle. We know light rail is going to come. We're hoping, we're praying, we're working to make that happen. But until it gets there, we want to keep the cars off the road. This fixed route system took folks from the end of what was the end of line station and delivered them along that corridor. It was a very innovative partnership in the sense that the private sector funded more than half of this. So again, we had 364, to be exact, boardings in just under a 5-year period. That ended when we opened our light rail station, but we learned some very valuable lessons during this fixed route system. And as we learned that we were going to get funding and our light rail was going to be complete, we started exploring the idea of an on-demand shuttle. That we used the exact same vehicle, we used the same driver, and we piloted a program with Uber. So residents in our community could access Link on Demand in the city of Lone Tree through the Uber app on their phone. If their origin and destination was within the city, they had access to a free ride. Again, we had private sector dollars that were helping us with this pilot project. It was a great success, and we then recognized that we had some limitations, frankly, working with Uber. They were not the most friendly when it came to sharing data or customer service, and our expectations in our community were greater than that. So we launched this past February, it's Link on Demand powered by VIA, and I know you guys are familiar with VIA. It has been a tremendous partnership. We've seen great success. It's actually becoming a victim of its own success, and there is much demand in our community for us to add another shuttle. Right now we have 2 operating in the city. So we've given over 40,000 rides. These 50% of those rides have been shared, so it's not just one person in the vehicle, and we're averaging about 9 rides per shuttle hour right now. And we're estimating that this has resulted in a 30,000 reduction in vehicle miles traveled, and that's a very conservative estimate, to be honest with you. It is very well received in our community, and it's very interesting. It's being used primarily for intra-city travel more than it is for first and last mile commutes, and that's one of the challenges that we're looking at, is how can we get people to be using this in the morning to access light rail, because frankly they're not, and we're a little surprised. So again, it's not just about transit. We've expanded roadways in our community as well. We have invested in widening the I-25, the north-south interstate, the expansion and adding a managed lane on the east-west connections. 470 is currently underway. It's been a bit of a nightmare of a project. It was scheduled to be completed in August. We are now hearing from the contract that it will be finished, we hope, in January. But my point is, we expanded the roads, we added light rail. In addition to that, we've invested in pedestrian and bike. This is not a great picture, but it is a beautiful bridge, and it's an iconic bridge. It's become a signature feature for our community that we just opened a year and a half ago, and it connects the north and south parts of the city, which had been divided by an arterial that carries over 60,000 cars a day. So we're connecting neighborhoods, we're connecting amenities, we're connecting businesses. through this. In addition, we have taken out some of our lanes and added bike lanes. We are also looking at improving pedestrian safety, and every single one of these projects, from the freeway expansion to the bike lanes, we have had private sector dollars participating in these projects. Our latest and greatest, and again speaks to perseverance, is adaptive traffic signals. We recognize we cannot build our way out of congestion. First, I am a civil engineer in addition to some of the other things I do, and you cannot build enough lane miles to solve the problems that we are seeing in our community. I don't know about you guys. First of all, we don't have the right of way to do it. There's just no way physically to do it. But frankly, those lanes fill up as quickly as they are built. So what we're looking, and I started this project right after I was elected mayor 4 years ago, was partnering with the communities to the north of us along a corridor called Yosemite Street. It's a parallel road to our interstate, and it gets extremely congested during commute hours because when people get frustrated on the freeway, they move into our communities and try and use these roads. What we're looking to do is using the latest and greatest technology to have an adaptive traffic signal program that'll take. So we're partnering with our neighbors along this corridor to have smooth travel between the city of Lone Tree, which is at the very southern end, all the way through to the Denver Tech Center, which is at the edge of the southern part of Denver. So started 4 years ago, we're just now getting it going. Think about the IGAs that had to be created to get this project done. It's also a very expensive project, and I don't know if any of you have put any traffic signals in your communities lately, but they're pretty pricey. And we've had to upgrade the technology on all of the traffic signals along this corridor to accommodate the latest technology. But we're excited to see the results of this project. And again, I want to talk a little bit about some of the zoning that has also contributed to some of the decision making that we have done in the city of Lone Tree. So the dashed line is actually our light rail line. And again, if you recall, it parallels the north-south freeway, I-25. Those blue dots represent multifamily housing that is now within a 10-minute walk of a light rail station. So we've added about 3,500 multifamily units that within walking distance to the light rail over the course of the last 10 years. There are 4 additional projects in the pipeline that will bring another 1,000 multifamily units adjacent to within a 10-minute walk to the light rail station. We've also attracted a number of large employers along that corridor. Their job total for this group alone is just over 10,000 folks that are within walking distance to a light rail station now in our community. And if you don't think transportation investments lead to economic development, you have not been paying attention. Because frankly, we would have some of these, but we would not have all of these without the light rail and the access to light rail. In addition, our large regional mall is also on a light rail station. And funny story, when that mall, when light rail originally came through our community, the mall owners at the time did not want those people coming from light rail to the mall, and they did not allow access to the mall. They would not give the land to allow the light rail users. Well, little did they realize, most of the people working at that mall needed light rail to get to their jobs. So they started having to shuttle people all the way around this major freeway to bring them to their jobs. So the mall owners soon realized they had to spend a lot of money to build a bridge and provide access to the light rail station. And those people were the people that were working and shopping in their mall. So what has this done? So the city has leveraged $13.5 million of our tax dollars to access $330 million partner dollars, which has led to a $650 million increase in the assessed valuation of our city, which is pretty remarkable in the course of about a dozen years. In addition, this is work with me here, people. So this is the city of Lone Tree. That big orange block is land that was annexed into the city. There, on the east side of that land, on the east side of I-25, that major line, there are 2,000 acres of greenfield that are right now being developed. The last 2 light rail stations were constructed in that area. Right now, we anticipate over the course of the next 2 decades about 50,000 jobs coming into that area, 7,000 single-family homes, 5,000 multifamily units, with a additional population of 25 to 40,000, depending on how it builds out. 11 million square feet of commercial space, and we anticipate in today's dollars an additional increase in assessed valuation of 700 million. So we have not stopped. So what does all of this mean? It means that 2 years ago I started working on the next large transportation infrastructure project in the city of Lone Tree, and it's a rebuild of an interchange. We know it's going to be $80 to $100 million project. I started talking to our federal legislators about it 2 years ago. We've brought it to Dr. Cog this year and received funding for preliminary planning. And in 8 to 10 years, we hope to be, I won't be in office, but I hope we'll begin construction on the rebuild, which is essential, I think, for our community to continue to be successful. So again, advocacy, strong local leadership, regional collaboration, look for the partners who will also realize a win in with your transportation project. It's their transportation project. Ask them to be your partners, whether they're going to help you lobby or they're actually going to bring cash to the table. And last but certainly not least, persevere, because these projects take time. So that's all I have prepared, but I think we've got some time for questions.
Thank you, Mayor Millet. To facilitate our Q&A, please welcome SACOG Board Vice Chair and City of Davis Council Member Lucas Frerichs.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you so much.
Shake breakfast. Okay, you know, you gotta warn girls about high stools and skirts, so I'm just gonna lean on you.
I think I'm gonna stand.
I'm not sure.
Very nice chairs.
Yeah, and I actually prefer to walk around a little.
It'll be our Clint Eastwood moment.
That's true, yeah. No, God, no, please.
So thank you so much
Yes.
for that discussion this morning. And we really are so happy to have you here. A number of us were in Denver a few years ago on a SACOG sort of study trip, and we had an opportunity to meet there, and really were so impressed by everything you're doing in Lone Tree, and also the Dr. Cog as well. And you're also super involved in the Metro Chamber.
Metro Mayor's Caucus. Yeah, the city of the Denver Metro region has that headline 40 mayors, Trump 1 governor. It really is the Metro mayors. So the 40 metropolitan area mayors have convened with each other, and I'm on the executive committee of that organization, and we'll be chairing that in line to chair. But our former mayor, again, it really makes a difference to engage. Our former mayor was the chair of that organization when I was chairing Dr. Cog, so they were a little over Lone Tree in the Denver Metro region.
Appreciate it. So we've got a couple of quick questions here, and then we've got several SACOG staff members with microphones out in the audience. We'll look for some questions from the audience as well, too. So firstly, you know, we've heard a lot about in the introductions this morning, and then also even in your talk about collaboration, of course, the importance of that. You know, you talked about the city being very good partners with other local governments and private partnerships, certainly. If you could elaborate a little bit more on what being a good partner really involves, and specifically some of the challenges to being a good partner.
So let me give you the example of the light rail extension. So we had those three additional stations that we wanted to get in the city of Lone Tree. Well, funding has become very tight, and tax revenues are not coming in as expected. So some of our partners on the northern part of the Denver metro region have not started construction on their lines. So there was a lot of political opposition to Lone Tree getting 3 additional stations when some other lines had not even begun to be built. And I can appreciate that. Those folks up there have been paying taxes for this service and they weren't getting it yet, so why should we kind of jump the line? I think it was the former Mayor Gutting working with the Metro mayors and me working with my partners at COG to demonstrate that we could bring value to the system. Value in cash dollars. We made a $25 million cash contribution. It was city dollars, county dollars, and private sector dollars that we brought to the Regional Transportation District Board and allowed them then to leverage a small start federal grant. So it was I think, people understanding that we were good stewards of their money It was the good relationships we had with the business community that then said they trusted us, and the good relationship we have with our county to also invest. So I think, and those are personal relationships that take time to develop and build.
Great, no, thank you, appreciate that. Actually, to specifically with regard to the funding, you had it up in one of your last slides. You said $13.5 million in city contributions. What sources of contributions were those? Were those general fund dollars, sales tax dollars? If you could speak a little bit about that, I'd appreciate it.
So the city of Lone Tree, again, very, very conservative Republican community. We actually have the lowest sales tax rate along the Front Range, and we do not assess a property tax. So we are very dependent on people shopping at that large regional mall, which, we are also very dependent on people getting access at not experiencing traffic and congestion on their way to that mall, which is why we're there. So those are sales tax dollars, sales tax revenue dollars from the city's contribution.
Okay, so and there are no sales tax dollars. Have you had there's sales tax dollars from the sort of sales and things at the mall, but have you instituted any kind of other local revenue measures at all?
So we, in 2008, passed 2 bond initiatives. One to build a regional arts center, which has been a phenomenal success in our community. And so we had so our sales tax is 1.8125. 1.6 is our base, and we added the additional 0.215 to fund the Arts Center and to fund some recreation improvements. And that's another story of partnerships. We actually are part of a Parks and Recreation District that expands far beyond the city of Lone Tree. But our residents were not happy with the level of service of the facilities in our community. So we again voted to tax ourselves in this very conservative community to build a brand new swimming pool, brand new tennis courts, and make some trail improvements. But we were very specific about the projects that would be done. And again, I think it's this trust in local government. They see us at the grocery store and know. So we do have those funding sources, but they are specifically tied, and there are 20-year bonds. So those are set to expire in 2023. And those can't be used for transportation.
Interesting, thank you very much. So questions from the audience. We have some questions out here. We've got SACOG staff, we've got one in the back. If we can get someone with a mic back that way. Please raise your hand.
My name is Jeff Turnigia, advocate here. In 1960, Los Angeles had terrible air conditions. I wonder where you are, it's closer to Denver. Are the winds enough to keep it clear, or in regards to there, do you have likewise concerns of what's going on in the sake of and why you're doing the various efforts on transportation?
So that is the brown cloud. Who has heard of Denver's infamous brown cloud? Yeah. So not so proud of that. We prefer you to focus on our beautiful white mountaintops. But because of the geography of the Denver metro region, it sits in a basin, and as you mentioned, along the mountains, that we do have air quality issues. And God bless you all, it's your dirty air that's flowing over to us. So, and we have proof. But yes, air quality is an important issue. I actually am an appointee from the governor appointee on the Regional Air Quality Board for the Denver metro region. It is an important issue, and it is one of the reasons that we have started investment in electric vehicle infrastructure in our community. We also, north of Denver, have oil and gas wells that actually are contributors, and that dirty air does blow right down there along the range into Douglas County where I live. And so mobile source emissions are the second highest contributor to air pollution throughout the country, and it certainly is an issue our governor is working on, and actually our Air Quality Control Commission just, I think, adopted the ZEV regulations that actually you have in in California. So yes, air quality is absolutely an issue in our community.
Thank you. Another question in the back.
Hi, my name is Melanie Sloan. I just moved to California from Colorado, so I'm familiar with Lone Tree. It's great to see a familiar face. I have a a question because you're talking about the successes in Lone Tree, the collaborative, building great vision. I'm thinking that's probably beyond what individual council members or businesses saw. So who and how do you build a bigger vision and convene support?
And frankly, it started with conversations, and it started really with conversations from a group of neighbors in the city when they collectively decided 25 years ago to incorporate as a city. And we are very proud of being a suburban community. We call ourselves suburbs with an asterisk right now. And I think that was a vision. I don't think the early leaders knew what that was gonna look like, but I think we have had, I started on the planning commission in the city 16 years ago. God, I'm old. No, but I think having leadership, and a lot of our council members came from boards and committees within the city, and I think we have been very, very lucky, frankly, with the people that have been elected to serve in the city of Lone Tree, and I think focused on the city first, and we can't all pick our partners on councils and boards. But I think we have always had collaborative, respectful disagreements, or collaboration and respectful disagreements. We don't, but we have always had our eye on the prize as a community, and I come from a large family, and we fight like cats and dogs inside the house, but when you're outside the house, you speak with one voice. And it's not about you as an individual. And we have a code of conduct in our council it's unofficial, but we have now decided we're going to adopt it as a public document because we want to ensure that what we've been able to achieve continues. So when things are going good, put those rules in place.
And we have time for one more question, actually. Go.
Hi, thank you so much for coming here. It's really, really inspiring what you've done in Lone Tree. My question is about equity. As everyone here probably knows, low-income folks are the most likely to be dependent on transit, public transit, as their main form of transportation. And I was wondering how you ensure that all of the transportation goals and projects from the cities are shared with all residents, especially the Lone Tree Link. Since it's app-based, how do you ensure that people that don't have access to technology are able to access the free shuttle?
So that was one of the challenges that we had with Uber, is that you had to have a smartphone. And we actually had a resident show up at a council meeting to make that very point and said to me, "Mayor, give me your phone." And so I gave the individual my phone. He was like, not expecting that. He wanted me to say, "No, you can't look at my phone, and this is a privacy issue." And so he didn't. So that was brought forward to council, and that's one of the reasons we chose to move to the link on demand powered by VIA, because there is a phone number that can access it as well. But equity is an important issue. It's one of the reasons that we are actually working and have a plan for affordable housing on the east side of I-25. And we are advocating with a local developer to begin, and hopefully we're going to get some funding tax credits that we're applying for, and we'll start construction of an affordable housing project that is steps from the end-of-line light rail station. So between the free link on demand and the access to light rail, you will not have to have a car to transit and throughout our city. So equity is an important issue, and this is one small piece of it, but the transportation and housing costs are certainly challenges for all of us, even people not in affordable housing. Because while it's great to have the Charles Schwab jobs, 4,000 jobs, those jobs are not all paying $100,000 a year. Some of those jobs are the custodial jobs, the frontline service jobs, and we want those people to be able to get in and around our community as well. So, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, and I just, since you have students here, I really want to encourage all of you who are in your career, studying for your future careers, to really think about public service. I'll be honest with you, it's nothing that I ever thought about. It wasn't a goal of mine. I was not a student government kid. I was a physics club kid. I was an engineer. But I have to say, You guys have a real opportunity, and I want you to aspire to be everything you can be professionally, but also look for opportunities to give back. And one of the best ways you can do that is to get involved in your local planning commissions, boards and committees, and then run for local elected office. So I really hope that the students in the room will consider that. So thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mayor Millet. For discussion on Sacramento Region's prosperity strategy, the tide of transportation. Amanda Blackwood, President and CEO of the Sacramento Metro Chamber. Barry Broome, President and CEO of the Greater Sacramento Economic Council. James Corless, Executive Director of SACOG. Bill Mueller, CEO of Valley Vision. And our moderator, Hernández, Director of Innovation and Partnerships at SACOG.
Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you to my panelists. So we're going to jump right in and try and get you back on schedule. So we're going to talk a little bit today about some deep dives and findings from the Brookings report. So James, I'm going to ask you to kind of look back. What was the impetus of the regional prosperity strategy and the plan?
Yeah, thanks, Monica. It was actually fascinating to see that there's a lot of newcomers today who weren't here 16 months ago in April when we actually had Amy Luke from Brookings come and tell us what she found, because it's important. It's actually, I think, also the summaries on your tables, and I would definitely encourage you to read it. So here's sort of the bottom line of what Brookings did for us. I think of Brookings as kind of the economic doctor, right? So they come in and they give us a fitness, a physical, and they listen and they go back and then they give us their diagnosis, which is, you look really good. The last couple of years, you've been doing great, Sacramento region. Your numbers are good, but you've got some underlying structural issues that you've got to take care of. And right now, the folks on this stage and a lot of others are writing an economic prosperity strategy, in some ways a fitness plan that is actually bottom-up, hatching this region to respond to that. So what did Brookings say? It said, we can't be reliant on state government and government alone for our economic future, or else we're going to hit the recession as hard as we hit it last time. We have to be intentional about the economic clusters and the industries that we attract here. That's food and ag tech, it's health and life sciences, and more recently, it's innovative mobility. Those three clusters are what we think is really the future where we have to double down on. There's a huge problem that we have in terms of those numbers that we don't see on the surface, a widening income inequality gap, a widening skills gap, and that does not hit everybody equally. It hits low-income folks and people of color much harder. In our region, we have a problem with that we have to address. We have to take much better advantage, even though they're great partners of UC Davis and Sac State. I know we've got folks in the room here today, but not just because they are wonderful higher ed institutions, but because they can actually provide a commercialization of a lot of their technology and R&D into our local economy. And finally, the theme of the day is infrastructure. We've actually got a disconnection between people and opportunity and jobs, and it's going to get worse if we don't pay attention.
Thank you. Amanda, from the perspective of established and emerging local businesses, what are the key next steps as the region looks on acting on the Brookings finding? And what has the Chamber been doing differently since the report was released?
That's a great question. So I will harken back, I think, and those of you that were with us in the Indianapolis study mission that we just returned back from, there was a message of convening is great, having conversations are great, but if no action comes from that, then it's a bunch of meetings to have a bunch of meetings, right? So I think it has been, it's been a really interesting journey for me being in this role for a year and a half to come into, what this team started and look at how are we as organizations participating at our highest and best How are we collaboratively creating strategy that we are aligning our organizations to, so that we don't sit and have an amazing conversation like this and then go home back to our organizations and do exactly what we were doing before, right? So we very much saw with the Brookings research that the underpinnings of this economy, being reliant on government, being reliant on healthcare alone, is not a good thing. And we've got an underpinning of retail and service industry, which is great, right? So a lot of my membership are small business, and they are those service industries, and they want to be able to do that, which is not something you want to take away. But if the underpinnings start to fall apart, all of that falls apart too. So what are we doing differently, and what are we looking at, and what are next steps? Incredibly applaud, right, for Barry's work on these are the emerging industries. What I'm looking at is for our folks that are already here, how do they participate in that? How do we, if ag tech or manufacturing is something that they're saying that we're good at, and what we see in these communities that have really elevated is you take what you're already good at. What's already here, what assets do you have, and you lift those up, you focus on them, and you're very intentional about it. So should Sacramento be the next, manufacturer of, I don't know, that's not something we have, right? So don't try to create a whole industry out of nothing, but take what you have that are already your skill sets and elevate them, right? So if we've got ag and we've got manufacturers and they're already here and they're used to operating in a California environment and they're used to operating in that kind of regulatory environment and are deciding to stay, how might we more strategically connect supply chain so that we're being hyper-intentional from our growers to our packagers, to our research, to our shipping, to our World Trade Center that's doing exports, who's trying to get more of those tradable sector exportable jobs. You have a lot of this here, it's just not necessarily strategically aligned. And when it's not aligned, it's definitely not operating at its highest and best. So that's what we're looking at is, what are these emerging clusters? GSAC is pounding the pavement to get these folks to come here and see us and understand what an amazing region this is to operate in. And all the folks that are here are going, yeah, how do we get that? How do we support that? We're building an MLS. How do we do that? We're here, we're ready. So we're making those connections and being hyper intentional about things like our study mission and our advocacy and our public policy platforms, aligning specifically to support innovative mobility, these clusters, because we can work on anything. But might we not use our energy to work on those 1, 2, or 3 things that, if unlocked, explode regional prosperity for everybody?
Thank you. So a lot about aligned regional priorities. Bill, as you get our team together for the California Economic Summit next month, what is the region's message about our priorities, and how are we going to stand out among other regions like the Bay Area, Central Valley, Los Angeles?
It's a great question. So how many people are familiar with something called the California Economic Summit? So a few of you. So the Economic Summit has actually been going on for 7 years, but it happens that this particular next one, which is actually next month, which is next week, so it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week, it happens to be in Fresno. The new governor of California has become a co-sponsor of it. He is putting his full weight and intention behind it because he is hoping through his Regions Rise Together strategy to be able to engage the 15 metropolitan regions in the state of California in something that hasn't happened in the last 15 years, which is the state has not had an economic development strategy, a formal economic development strategy in the state of California. So this governor is turning to regions like Sacramento, into San Diego and San Francisco, looking for a game plan. In meeting with the governor's business office, I had a very unusual experience. And having been at this work for the last 10 years, normally state government comes to us and sort of tells us what it is that we need to be doing at a regional level. And instead the conversation was quite reverse. They basically said, look, you've won. The argument that you've been making, which is that the state is actually a set of regions and their unique economies, we agree with you. Now tell us what it is that you need. What do you need to unlock your economy? What are the things that the state should do? Either get out of the way of or double down on in order to advance our economy. So that's the conversation that's coming next week. There are a lot of us are excited about that conversation, but it's challenging people like James, Barry, and Amanda and I, along with all of us, to say, okay, well, here's our list. This is what it is that we need. So what is on that list? So we need truly a workforce system that works. I was talking with Supervisor Peters a little bit earlier. Her project that wasn't that an amazing project, taking a rundown hotel and turning it into low-cost housing? Well, the state was in the way. It was creating, a bottleneck, not allowing enough funds that are available to be able to provide for programs like that. We need to take that message to the California Economic Summit and say, these are the things that need to change. That's just one example. We need a workforce system that works as a sort of a global example. And then at a regional level, we need the state to get behind the California Mobility Center. And there's absolute ways that you'll hear about both next and with Arlen Orchard about ways that we can really make that into something that will be an economic driver for our region.
Thank you. That's a great tie-in to my next question for Barry. The Brookings report showed that transportation investments could actually support an inclusive economy. Can you talk about ways that actually can be realized in our region?
Yeah, I think, transit-oriented development is going to be an important part of creating employment centers. So the other thing the Brookings report stated is, when you look at what's going on here economically, we're growing just above the national rate right now. So we were a lagger in recovery. We're eighth in the United States in job growth right now. We got a lot of great top line statistics. During the last 5 years, we've had a slight decline in our tradable sector, and we've had a decline in our ability to create equity. So equity is going down right now while the market's going up. Tradable sectors are slightly contracting while the market's going up. So what that does, that shows you there's core issues that have to be shifted around. I know Arlen's going to be talking about the California Mobility Center, but we're on track in the spring to announce $1 billion investment at Aggie Square. $1 billion, right? With marquee corporations that will resonate around the world, that will establish a brand and a reputation in the community. Nothing has happened other than UC Davis has taken action in partnership with other people. That university could have done that 20 years ago and could do a lot more in Woodland and Davis. So, the measure of this is, you got to take action, and you got to take action around your assets. I think this community is going to be really proud of UC Davis, and they're now gaining confidence and understanding how to do this, and they're starting to see this as a valuable activity for them, where before they saw it as this huge risk that the business community and the mayor lobbied them onto, and they've all put their necks on the line. They're now starting to think gee, this is kind of cool, and we're actually raising in stature, and our faculty start to operate different, and hey, corporations want to give us more money. They're going to start to realize that that's been the key to them reaching the top too. So when you look at transit-oriented development, you got to be able to connect those jobs into neighborhoods, and you got to be able to, connect the workforce across the region. And I don't drive a lot in traffic because I'm usually working around 5:30, but I've been doing it a lot lately. It is really miserable out there. I just have concluded that. That's the beauty of living on an airplane. It's like, my God, the traffic's terrible here. And people would say, the traffic's terrible. I'm like, what are you talking about? Well, they're not at the airport at 5 in the morning, So transit's going to fix, I think, the best fix for us for traffic, but it's also going to connect these labor markets. And then a lot of the urban economic development, and by the way, urban is really being redefined because Davis is an urban community now. I would call Roseville and Folsom move into urban communities. So it's not just the city that's the urban community now. It's more the characteristics of the community. So all these communities getting connected by transit is going to take pressure off the transportation systems. It's going to open up real estate and housing opportunities as long as the state takes action. And, I'm really proud of what all of you have done. Henry Lee and the open hearts of Folsom and outlying communities that said they would never work with a common transit system again. congratulations to all of you for doing that. And I know there's going to be Measure A out there, and hopefully I've asked my board to pony up to support that. I mean, having Siemens rebuild those cars, I mean, you want to talk about changing a community's image. When that transit system's got brand new cars and is running the right way, that's going to change your image as much as MLS will. Because watching those crappy cars drive by, and, you know, it cost us Google 2.5 years ago by riding that transit system. So, you know, there's a lot of, that transit system is sending messages, and when it's not run right, the messages, we're a poorly run community with low standards. That's why MLS was so important, getting the rail yards off the books and off the site of 12.5 million cars is going to send another message. So transit's going to not only connect people to jobs, but it's going to frame how people think about us. And if you look at Denver and you saw, when you saw this mayor talking, first thing you were thinking it was, well, that's a well-run place, right? So those are the messages I think we need to be sending.
Great, Barry, you're actually teeing yourself up for my next question for you. Talking about image, you're in the Bay Area, you're across the country trying to bring in private investment. You're about to launch a huge VC fund for mobility, innovation, and technology development. Tell us more about what you're hearing from those companies, those businesses, about the image. What do they see as the assets, and what are they seeing that is lacking right now?
Yeah, well, first off, I don't like people from San Francisco. So I've been here 4.5 years. 2 things have happened. Well, I do yoga and I wear jeans. I haven't worn jeans since '82. I don't like people from San Francisco. So if you just moved here, I forgive you. But other than that, yeah, I think first off, Ron Burkle, I got to spend some time with Ron Burkle, and this is why that's powerful. Ron Burkle is going to be hosting the Greater Sacramento Economic Council in Los Angeles with receptions. So he's going to start introducing us to his capital partners and his business partners in the Los Angeles market, and he's going to be selling the Greater Sacramento region. And he understands that he's got the region's team, right? So he understands that this is our team, not a city team, it's a community team. And so, you know, when I sat down with him, and I've had maybe 3 meetings with him during the MLS bid, but, you know, what I loved about it is after MLS, I walked up to him and I said, you know, you're going to really love this investment. You know our community is going to deliver the best support and the best fan base in the entire MLS system. And he said, oh, I know that for a fact, that's why I put the money on it. And that's the kind of confidence that's starting to happen about us. And when Aggie Square announces 4 or 5 companies, you know, you've seen IBM announce the next 4 companies have brands and reputation higher than IBM. So when those go out, that's going to be, oh, it's not a government town anymore. And so we have a national site selection consulting week, November 4th, 8th. A lot of my directors are in here. Please make sure you come. These are the guys that are advising Jeff Bezos and the people at Microsoft where to put investments. So that, you know, those images lag a little bit. It's not seeping down deep into those markets. But, you know, Seattle loves this town. We got a lot of traction in Seattle. 2 or 3 companies in the market right now. Tesla is now cooperating with us to build their supply chain in our region. We have 2 Tesla suppliers we're going to announce here. And Tesla has told their suppliers, we want you to look at Sacramento. I remember when they did the Gig Factory, they drove through here going about 80 miles an hour on their way to Reno. And now they're telling their suppliers, we want you to look at the Greater Sacramento region. It's not just because we have electricity, which is a very unique advantage.
Thank you, Scott.
Very unique advantage. So, I mean, it's improving a lot, and I think what will happen now, and that was one of our goals in the first 5 years, change our reputation, change how we work as a community. And I think, you know, by March, between Aggie Square's announcements and MLS, we're now in a different conversation as a community nationally and globally. And everybody in this room contributed to that success.
Great, thank you. James, continuing on about our transportation system, we have a room full of transportation planners, private sector, really diverse. And we know that in our region, our wish list of transportation projects far exceeds what we can foreseeably have to build or to maintain or operate. What would you say is the biggest issue? How do we solve that? What do we do to move forward and create the system that attracts the business, that supports businesses that are here, that reduces income inequality, increases access to opportunity?
Yeah, so as you know, Monica, our board and the Council of Governments is about to adopt the 20-year transportation plan, and it's a really important document. Actually, the prologue, the vision for 2040 is in your program, and I would really encourage you all to read that because I think it's really inspirational and uplifting. I'm just going to One quick note, I often reference my kids, but my daughter and I were in San Francisco a couple of weeks ago, and I said, this is a pretty cool city. Would you ever want to live here? And she's like, I'd like to visit, but I would never want to live here. And I said, well, why not? She said, because it's just trying to be something it's not. But the thing about Sacramento is we're genuine. We actually admit who we are, and we're just real. All right, so how that comes back to transportation is, being real, we don't have enough money for all the wish lists for transportation projects. So number one, we have to fix and maintain what we already have, whether it's local streets, freeways, the light rail system, the bus system. We have a major backlog in maintenance. And second, we have got to be smarter about how we provide mobility and accessibility in the future, which is why California Mobility Center is one tip of really taking the technology from Silicon Valley and testing it and bringing it to market here. So the solutions of the 20th century are no longer going to work for us because we can't afford them, but that's the good news. So the good news is we have to be the leader of a mid-sized region that can't afford to build our way out of everything. We can use tech, we can use autonomous vehicles when they're coming, we can be the test bed, and we can show what a 21st century mid-sized region can do to manage our transportation system. We've got to be a leader in this.
Great, and my closing question that I'd like all of you to think about, as we mentioned, 6 counties, 22 cities in the room. Our smallest city is a population of 800. Our largest county is 1.5 million. We have rural main streets, we have, walkable, bikeable, urban centers. As you move forward and the Regional Prosperity Plan is released, what is one thing you want this room to do differently in the next 12 months? And Amanda, we'll start with you.
I'll kick it off. So I will hearken back to the mayor's point on perseverance, right? And knowing, and to Supervisor Peters' point on how long it took to get a project done, right? These projects can take a really long time. So think about, what will the use be 20 years from now? What will the use be 30 years from now? If we're thinking about our current demographics and needs, by the time you spend that money and get that thing done, what people need is totally different. So take a look at the demographics of your millennial population and how they behave. Take a look at the demographics of your aging population. There are very similar wants and needs. I want to live in a smaller footprint. I want to be able to use mobility to get where I want. I still have disposable income and I want to spend it, and I want to engage in storefront retail, but I need a way to get there and I want to live in a different way. You have huge parts of your population that are different in age, but very similar in wants and needs. So be thinking about that, not right now, not that bridge right now, not that sidewalk right now, but what are people going to want 25 years from now? And how am I going to retain my talent? And how am I going to take care of my aging population who needs similar things? Because you can do that, and you are the leaders that are going to make those decisions now that will set that future for 20, 30, 40, 50 years.
Yeah, I would say think bigger and take more risks, because every time we've done something big, we've pulled it off. Every time we've had something flounder, not go well, it's because we stuttered through it. Like the World Food Center would be an example of that. We just kind of stuttered through that and never got off the ground. But when we think big and we take risks, we always win. And so just like we're watching UC Davis change its culture, I think we've changed our culture a lot in our community the last 4 or 5 years. I don't think I've ever seen a community improve in the last 4 or 5 years of my career as much as I've seen ours. So, think bigger, take more risks. Think bigger, take more risks.
I think Mayor Millet's presentation was really inspiring. The link shuttle, right? The story about that and what they went through, the point-to-point, what's the future of point-to-point transit, I think is, I want all of you, everybody, rural, suburban, urban, we have got to rethink what the vision of transit is. We want to preserve our existing transit network. What does it mean for senior citizens? I'm the father of 3 teenagers. I would love to have microtransit that 13-year-olds and up can actually ride, so I'm not driving them everywhere. And then come to the SACOG board, many of whom are in the room today, has put $3 million into a mobility accelerator. That's going to be open next year for proposals, right? We should be, and we have to be, because we don't have a choice, the place that innovates on how to get people from point A to point B, and it's not going to look, again, like it looked the last century. So think about those challenges, define the problem statements, and we've got now the private sector partners coming in, as we pre-qualified many of them, to solve some of these problems. We've got Lyft coming into Davis, with the Ollie shuttle out there in the playground. We are the region that is perfect for this.
So, coming from Valley Vision, so sort of trying to resemble that big picture, long-term vision. One of the mantras of our organization is to help the region be future ready. And in order to get ready for that future, we have to change our thinking. So what I would want most, if I had a magic wand, is more cathedral thinking. And I don't know how many people are familiar with that term, and I didn't know it before traveling to Vancouver for one of the many study missions that I've been on. But one of the leaders there said the reason why they were successful in Vancouver in attracting the Olympics was because they had cathedral thinking. And he went on to explain that, remember 600, 700, 800 years ago when we made the major cathedrals, and they took 100 to 125 years to complete from beginning to end. A stonemason, an architect, wouldn't see the end product of their work in their lifetime, but they had to persevere. And the idea is that our elected officials, our business organizations, our governments need to think not in business cycles of 1 or 2 years. They need to think in sort of 20-year horizons, beyond the business cycle, frankly, beyond the political cycle. We heard that this morning from the mayor, is that she doesn't know the product of her work because she'll be out of office. We need not near-term thinking, we need long-term thinking, cathedral thinking, as we go forward and make these big, bold risks. And then as Barry, encourages us, and Amanda as well, bold thinking matched with persistence. That is going to be the difference for our region over the next 5 to 10 years.
With that, we're actually going to wrap our panel. Thank you all for taking our organization forward on United Message and shared goals. Welcome to the stage, Maria Garcia Berry, Founding Director of CRL Associates. Dave Williams, Vice President of Infrastructure and Government Affairs at the Metro Atlanta Chamber. And panel moderator, Kate Meis, Executive Director of the Local Government Commission.
I don't see enough smiles out there. It's been a good morning. Come on. Well, Dave, Maria, thank you so much for joining us. As you heard from the previous panel, we've got a long wish list of transportation projects in this region that far exceeds our budget to do this. So this is a really important conversation for us. So we'll jump right in. Dave, starting with you, you've had a number of successes in sales tax measures, but you did experience some heartbreak early on when you were starting off, and we've experienced some heartbreak in our region as well with some near misses, and as you're probably aware, we need a 2/3 vote here in California to pass sales tax measures, so it's an even higher hurdle for us, but we're really anxious to learn about the lessons you took away from that early heartbreak and how you've used those lessons to experience a number of successes since.
Great, thank you. What do you do? Five. Test. I feel so Hollywood. Well, thank you, Kate, and thank you all for letting me be with you and share a little bit of our experience from Metro Atlanta and from Georgia. I will say, before I talk about our the down phase, I will share my very first experience with the ballot referendum was when I was serving on the city council in my little hometown of Swanee, Georgia, and we called for a referendum, it was a property tax increase that was going to fund a bond issue for parks and green space and open space. And we thought it was great. I was 31 years old. What could go wrong? You know, we're going to we called for a bond referendum at the city council and for city property taxes. And as we were, explaining to people what it was, people would say, how much? I said, not much, just triple. Which people said, triple? And I said, yeah, triple. But it's for good stuff. Well, long story short, we were able to pass it. We passed our property tax bond, and it was, I thought, this is great, this is amazing. Well, then we moved forward. It was great for our city, but it was very, from a magnitude standpoint, it was fairly small. We moved in the late 2000s. The Olympics had come and gone. We were in a pretty big, most of the 2000s, we had pretty good economic growth. We knew we had major transportation problems. We had lobbied at the state legislature for 4 years to increase transportation funding and investment to no avail. The best we could do was get the opportunity to do a regional referendum, a 10-county regional referendum. Actually, the whole state was divided up into regions, but Metro Atlanta was 10 counties. So we hired an amazing resource, Maria Garcia Berry. We'll talk about this in a minute. We raised $10 million. We had a 10-county referendum. We created a project list. 153 projects were on this list. We'll talk more about the details of it later. But suffice it to say, election day came. We came in what I call we won the silver medal, is what I call it. We came in second place that day. We united the region in opposition to our measure. It was almost 63% voted against the measure, and for a variety of reasons, we talk about it later, but it was a huge setback. I mean, it was, at the time it was devastating for us. But what we've learned, and we'll talk more, is that really ultimately became a springboard to future success. And there were a number of things that we've learned. I applaud all of you for being here today because it demonstrates your commitment to learning from other places. And I understand you've had some experience already. But I can tell you that you cannot have more success unless you're willing to tolerate more failures. And those failures are temporary and the successes are lasting.
63% approval is a loss for us.
I know, isn't that amazing? Even we wouldn't have been able to do that. Well, again, a good friend of mine is Denny Zane from down in LA, and I remember him explaining to me, I was like, are you sure, Denny? That doesn't seem right. How can that be? What happened to democracy? But anyway, yeah, 67%, 66.6, good luck. I mean, that's a high bar, but there have been a number of successes, so.
So, Maria, you were very involved in the fast tracks measure that Mayor Millet talked about. Can you talk a little bit about your role in that and some of the takeaways?
Sure. So in 2004, we went to the ballot. I ran and put together the campaign team to put together our effort. I always like to say that we originally were hired in 2003 to what I call do phase one work. I was not convinced we could win in 2004. A little bit like Georgia, in Colorado, we had to get approval by the legislature to go to the ballot. The Regional Transportation District was an 8-county district and is now governed by an elected board. It's really a subdivision of the state of Colorado, and it only has the powers given to it by the legislature. One of those powers was not being able to raise taxes on their own. They now do, but the legislature always had to approve it. Prior to 2004, there had only been one tax increase ever voted on by the voters. It was voted in 1973. They had gone to the ballot in 1997 and failed spectacularly. It was awesome. Everybody said, yeah, we're not giving these yo-yos a blank check to do anything. So it failed. And so there had not been a tax increase since the district actually got started in 1969. Our role was to put together the effort, see if it was viable. It was very aggressive. Up until then, we had 2 light rail lines that were up and running, and we had 1 under construction. Neither one required tax increases to do them. So this was going to be an effort to, quote, bring equity. When somebody talks about equity, there's also equity among local governments into the region. People did not want 1 more line at a time. They wanted everything done at once. So we went to the ballot with 7 corridors, all to be built in 12 years. And raised 0.4% tax increase in order to be able to do it. Mayor Millet talks about this, we knew we could win when Lone Tree annexed into RTD. What I love to say about Lone Tree is Lone Tree annexed itself into a district to get 0 service, to be able to vote to tax themselves again, to ultimately get the end of the line. Because they didn't want stinky buses, they were too big. Lone Tree's, no offense, Mayor, but you can be a bit precious at times. Lone Tree has an air about itself, right? They have a value system. Big, fat, 49-passenger articulated buses is not their culture. They love the trains. But so I think we found, because it is a very red county, it is probably one of the most Republican counties in the state of Colorado. And basically we thought that that was our way forward. So with that was our springboard to starting to put together the fast tracks effort.
Ray, can you talk a little bit about using sales tax measure as a revenue source and other revenue sources available? Because clearly it's not an easy route to go. So why are so many jurisdictions looking?
It's not an easy route to go, but I think, and this will get into a bigger discussion, James and I were having this last night. I'm a big believer that transportation should be treated like education and have a sustainable revenue source. I think the mythology, which I call mythology, and some of you may argue with me, that's okay, that only roads and transit should be paid by user fee is flawed. Because I believe transportation and infrastructure benefit all of us if you use it, if you don't use it. One of the reasons we were able to pass fast tracks is when the burbs woke up and thought, wow, if we can enhance our quality of life and our potential inventory of housing choices, if we do have rail and rail stations and be able to do that because of what it brings along with development. So I think sales tax, I don't think, Colorado does have an income tax, a corporate income tax, and we do have an income tax, and we obviously have a sales tax. Property tax is really not available to us for these kinds of entities, so the sales tax becomes, your default to some extent to have a steady source. I think we are now having in Colorado a very robust debate about looking for alternative taxes. Well, we were successful in 2004. In 2 years ago, we did try to go to the ballot for a statewide sales tax increase to fund transportation and failed miserably. That is where the rural-urban divide really came through. We're a very metro-centric state. 60% of our population sits within the regional transportation district boundaries, but the rest of the state was not willing to, quote, give us authority to try to raise money statewide. But I think that you really have to look at what infrastructure brings you in multiple levels. So I think sales tax is a sustainable source that you got to keep using.
We talked a little bit about user fees as well. Can you talk about some of the challenges with user fees?
The user fees is look at the gas tax. In Colorado, we've already flattened it out. We are quadrupled our vehicle miles traveled in the state of Colorado, and our gas tax is flat. And that's one of the challenges, which I know we'll talk about, is voters don't get about transportation. If we have so many people coming to Colorado, if Colorado's got 1 million people coming, and people are driving more and there are more cars on the road, how can our gas tax not be producing money? Okay, how can our gas tax be flat? Well, number one, cars are much more efficient, right, in terms of how you do it. That is a very contributing factor. So I think that as we're having a very big, robust debate about road usage fees, i.e., that is a moniker for how do we find another different way to tax users, whether it's transportation network companies, Uber and Lyft, whether it's Amazon Prime, whether it's UPS, whether it's whatever, is that really also a sustainable source? The problem is, just like everybody, none of us will ever have enough money to fix all the transportation issues that we have facing us. The question is, as you start picking resources and sources of money, make sure that it's sustainable and can grow. My biggest fear is that we're going to go impose a road usage fee in Colorado, and the voter's going to say, hey, we just did that, we just fixed it. Why aren't you fixing my roads tomorrow? Why can't you take on that big undertaking or expanding X road or expanding Y road or adding more transit? Because the reality of life is, I think user fees have a finite life to them.
It's already been alluded to with the rural-urban divide, and we have a very diverse region here as well. So I'm curious to hear, starting with you, Dave, how were you able to bring a coalition together in the many tax measures that you have passed that cut across rural, suburban, urban areas?
Well, let me back up and I'll talk about the referendum that we did, the 10-county. And by the way, let me just give you the bones of that too. It was going to be a 10-year levy. It was going to be 1 penny sales tax. It was going to generate about $8 billion in those 10 counties, Metro Atlanta. Now I say Metro Atlanta, but Metro Atlanta, I think not unlike Denver, Maria, is about half of the state's population, more than half of the state's economy. So, but we had never done a regional referendum. We had done lots of county-wide measures. In fact, in Georgia, let's just say in Atlanta, the city of Atlanta, the sales tax is 8.9%. 4% of that is state. So let's just put that off to the side. It goes to the general fund. There's a MARTA, which is our mass transit tax. There's a penny for that. Then we have a school penny it's voted on. These are all short-term, usually 4 to 6 years. Then we have a local option sales tax, which funds government generally. Then we have a water infrastructure tax. Then we have another half penny for MARTA. Then we have a 4/10 of a penny for transit that's not necessarily MARTA. So it's really a layer cake of different funding schemes because our state, the money that we raise for the motor fuel excise tax is constitutionally dedicated for roads and bridges only. So that means if local regions or counties within those regions have the appetite for additional investment, their voters and their leadership want to put that to voters, they can do that, but it's short term. It's on a countywide basis for the most part. But what we have been able to do is funny. As I mentioned, we united the region against our sales tax measure in 2012. But individually, we've had a number of regions that have come back and said, funding the same projects. Yes, we'll do that. And we've done that because there's an important, Georgia's a very red state. There's a high value on local control. And so people feel like, well, I'll pay the penny, but I feel like that I want to, it's got to be spent here. We've actually broken out of that a little bit, and we've added some language into some of our ballot measures where we talk about for the benefit of. So it's for a county, has to be spent within the county, or for the benefit of the county, which otherwise, how could you fund rolling stock for your vehicles, for your transit line? If they could never leave your county, what would be the point, right? So one of the things we've done is building coalitions. From our standpoint at the Metro Atlanta Chamber, we're interested in growing the economy, increasing jobs, businesses. We have a growing population. We're going to grow 3 million more people in the next by 2050. What we've done is we've tried to build coalitions with non-traditional partners. So that means labor, and they're good partners, but I'm just saying they're not the traditional partners that come to our board meeting that are investors in our organization. So that means labor, environmental groups, environmental justice, education, healthcare. We all, at the end of the day, transportation is essential to delivering all the services. It's the backbone of economies. Atlanta in particular is a supply chain logistics center. That's the reason Atlanta is located where we are. It was the terminus of a number of different rail lines back in the 19th century. But you have to do that hard work of figuring out, how do you get those different people to the table? But then an overarching theme is, what commonality can you have? We failed in 2012 because we didn't have enough of a common vision. It could be economy, it could be competitiveness, it could be some of the challenges that face your region, but that's what you have to be able to do. You have to be able to understand what rural parts of the region are very different than urban parts and suburban parts, but what do they have in common?
Maria, what have you found that's worked well across the rural-urban divide?
Well, I think you have to get out of your thought process that there is one solution that fits everybody, right? When I make fun of lone Tree, God bless them, they do have, their circulator works for them, right? In certain parts of the metropolitan area, which tend to be more rural, in the northern end, BRT is actually what works. Actually, more frequent buses work better than potentially a rail capacity. I think statewide, what we learned when we were going to the ballot 2 years ago is that we had this, part of the reason we failed is because a lot of the environmental groups thought we were too many road happy, and then the anti-transit people thought we had too much transit in it, which was a challenge. And I think what we learned very clearly is transit in Fremont County, Colorado, may mean 2 Dial-A-Ride vans that are there primarily to serve the senior citizen population. Because a lot of our rural areas are getting older as the young people are moving out, because we do have a have and a have not state. While the urbanized areas of the state of Colorado are booming like crazy, there's a whole lot of part of the state of Colorado that is not growing very much. So we had to learn to respect and not be judgmental about what those solutions meant. And I think that was really, really hard statewide, and particularly when a whole lot of people believe that the only solution is to get people out of their cars and basically not drive them except maybe once a week, when in some parts of the state, what they desperately needed was shoulders for safety. Because we have a lot of roads in the state of Colorado that do not have shoulders. And we have a lot of roads with a lot of snow and are dangerous. And so I think we had to learn the hard way that there isn't the same traditional coalition that we put together to pass fast tracks just did not resonate statewide because we were too judgmental as to what was the solution for their parts of the state.
To build on that, Maria, one of the things, you'll remember this from 2012, in 2012, we had 52% of our funds were going to be directed toward transit projects. Yet, it was perceived in different ways. We were able to unite, get this, we were able to unite the Tea Party with the Sierra Club and the NAACP, all in opposition to our ballot measure. Figure that out. Because the Sierra Club thought it was not nearly enough transit, and the Tea Party thought it was way too much transit. So, and I can't remember what the NAACP's position was on that, but at the end of the day, we weren't successful. If we had been able to translate that into more access to jobs, more workforce accessibility, more economic mobility for people who need, that, Atlanta is incredibly, we have a huge disparity in economic outcomes. So those are the things that we succeeded technically, but from a broad standpoint, we ended up, we were very clumsy in some of the messaging that we put together.
How do you balance the operations and maintenance needs with what the previous panel was calling for, being bold and ambitious and anticipating new technology and innovation? How do you hold those two?
So in our proposal that went on the ballot in 2004, we have a certain percentage dedicated to operation and maintenance. Quite candidly, it's easy to sell capital, bright new shining objects, bright new buildings, bright new whatever. It really sucks to sell operation and maintenance because people don't know what they're getting out of it, right? And how is that going to improve their ability? I think that we right now, currently, the Regional Transportation District is facing a really big dilemma because of our economy. We don't have enough operators and drivers. We may go into a temporary reduction of routes, which I had to break the news to Mayor Millet about. Yeah, not Lone Tree, right? They'll pay for their own. But it's a real issue because we are unionized. We have a labor contract that probably doesn't meet the needs of today's transit systems in terms of, not because of money, but because of structure and rigor and inability to be creative as to how you do that. And, we've got 216 operators that operate light rail. We have about 60 miles of light rail. We have 30 miles of commuter rail. And we've got 60 openings for light rail drivers, which is a problem. So I think that operation and maintenance sometimes gets really forgotten. And so what we've done is tried to build in all our projects a component to it. Our tax will never go away because basically it says as long as the debt is there and as long as you still have to do operation and maintenance, it's never going to go away. It's going to be there, the new tax, the 0.4%. But operation and maintenance gets even steeper, even for us who have some dedicated revenue. The other problem we've got is that our original tax didn't have that. So our operation and maintenance can only go for the fast tracks portion of our system, not for the older portion of our system, which is also creating a problem. So what we do is seek out other partners. The City and County of Denver, I mean, just like Lone Tree is partnered on new stuff, the City and County of Denver, for example, if you've been to Denver, we have a mall, we have a transit mall. Everybody thinks it's a pedestrian mall, it's really a transit mall, destined for that. That entire mall has to be redone. It's a very, very expensive proposition to redo it. We are partnering with the City and County of Denver and some special districts in order to be able to do that. And so we have to continue getting creative as to how we're going to partner in order to continue operation and maintenance.
You know, not that I'm going to disagree, but I'm going to pose a counter argument. I think that fix it first and preserving your existing infrastructure is a message that resonates with voters. It may not, as a former elected official, it may not resonate with elected officials. We like to cut ribbons. We like shiny new things. We like to say we expanded this and we added X many more miles of that. But I think voters, at their core, understand that they want their roads fixed and want them taken care of. They think they should be taken care of with current taxes, and they shouldn't have to raise taxes to do that. One of the things we did in Georgia, after we colossally failed in 2012, we were able to go back 3 years later in 2015 and get our legislature to increase the motor fuel excise tax. We basically doubled our motor fuel tax in terms of the revenue, and we had an independent report. We used a consultant, a business consultant, EY, and HNTB, and we did a study that demonstrated that we needed $1.5 billion new dollars every year dedicated just for maintenance alone. It's not even to build anything new. We were able to get the $1 billion a year. Now, we use it for new capacity, but we also use it for maintenance. But I think that's a message that maintenance can be a message, state of good repair can be a message that resonates with voters.
I think it works better in roads than in transit when you don't have your damn transit line built yet. Okay, people sit there and say, why am I spending more operation and maintenance on the transit line that's going southwest when I'm still waiting for my transit line? That's the balance you have to have. I do agree with you that on roads, I mean, one of the things we also, when we went to the ballot 2 years ago on a statewide road tax, the anti-tax people put an exact same issue on the ballot. They just wanted it to be taken out of the general fund and then do debt, which actually failed worse than we did. And they called it fix our damn roads. That was their entire slogan, just fix our damn roads. So I agree that it resonates, but I think it's a little harder on transit if you're still waiting for your line that hasn't been built that was promised to you 10 years ago.
I want to drill in on the misconceptions and the lack of understanding about where transportation funds come from and how much it costs. One of the challenges we have in California, in addition to the voter threshold, is we passed SB1, we passed the transportation bond, which is great, but that's going to work against these local sales tax measures that we're trying to pass because voters think that they already handled it.
Right.
They already
That's exactly
fixed it.
right.
So
Yeah.
give us some advice.
I think the most dramatic piece when we were starting to put together our statewide effort 3 years ago, we started doing focus groups. People were blown away that it cost $17 million to build 1 lane mile in Colorado. They just didn't get it. They thought somebody was, trust me, they all thought somebody was getting some money under the table. Somebody was getting paid off. They're like, explain to me how that can do it. So one of the things we had to do, particularly in the rural parts of the state, is break down why some things cost the way, why it costs X to do a shoulder, why you need, now you build intelligent roads, right? If you want to understand if you want to connect the roads in some way so they can give you messages, etc., what it takes to do that. But that was our biggest issue. The biggest issue is, and we took the risk. We were pulling not terrific. We were pulling a little bit ahead, but not much. We thought maybe we could educate, and we could not get there because people did not believe that it cost that much to fix road issues. And it's not like building a schoolhouse for $3 million or addition or a room, they just could not fathom that a bridge or a piece of asphalt or cement could cost that much, and thought, you know what, we got to just take it out of our existing budget. So we haven't figured out the solution yet.
Yeah, and then particularly in an urban settings, right away, if you are going to do enhancements or anything it is expansive, right away it's just so expensive. At the end of the day, we have to understand we can't build our way out of congestion. In Atlanta, that seemed to be okay. We have congestion. Let's just add new lanes. We'll add a new corridor. Whatever. It's akin to, you've all heard this metaphor, right? It's like the solution. If you're gaining weight, the solution isn't to buy a bigger belt, right? So there's other things you need to do. You need to change. You need to manage demand. We're starting to do that. We're using managed lanes. So we are doing some transition. But at the end of the day, I think Maria's exactly right. People think they understand how much it costs to build a house or build a building, but roads, bridge spans, right-of-way, these are all things that are, they don't translate. And people can't imagine that things cost what they do.
So let's talk a little bit about messaging. You talked about fix it first being a positive message. What other messages resonated with voters, and who are the right messengers for this?
So I think in 2004, I think for us, and I say this very directly, even though you can't be all aspirational, people needed to know what they were getting. So one of the things we did is, because there had been two parts of the region that already had lines, one was being under construction, the southeast line, and the other one was the southwest line. People really needed to know. So we showed a map. We showed a map that showed all the corridors we were building, how many stations we would be building, how many parking spaces, exactly where it was going to be. The map wasn't perfect, but let not the perfection be the enemy of the good, right? But people thought it was good enough that it would actually distribute transportation throughout the system. But the other one I think that was much more important was aspirational. We did probably 24 focus groups throughout the Denver metropolitan area prior to going to the ballot. We did 4 baseline surveys, but actually the focus groups taught us more. The focus groups taught us that there was a gender bias, that women were much more willing to vote for transit and vote for an alternative to transportation, because usually they're the ones that have to take their mom to the doctor, and if they thought their mother could be close to a light rail station and they could get themselves, or maybe their kids could do something that would be, important. It also meant that we wanted to aspire to be a big region. I think one of the most fascinating things that we found when we went to focus groups is when people travel around the world, how much they use transit. Maybe because they don't have the pressure, that they don't have to show up in time. If they miss a train, they can get the next one. I learned more about the damn Portland Max or BART, or the fact that Atlanta had a connection from the airport. Our singular most popular line that we wanted, that the voters wanted to build, was the line to the airport, which is up and running. And if you've been to Denver, you could take it from the terminal straight to downtown. But it was really important for us to have to aspire. I think the prior panel talked about thinking big. We needed to portray a vision that we were going to be a big region with big solutions and all of that. Aside from the specifics, they wanted to know where it was going, what they were getting, prior to the prior initiative that had failed 8 years before, where it was just a blank check, because they thought we needed specifics, but it really had to be aspirational. We knew we were going to win when we were 2 weekends before, and we were going door to door, and some older gentleman who I was totally convinced had already voted no, had turned in his ballot, and he said, oh yeah, don't bother me, I already voted for it, and I'm doing it because I'm doing it for my grandkids. I may not see the rail station or the light rail line be built in my neighborhood, but maybe my kids will see it. So I think that's number one. Number two, and I think for us, Jackie was right. Our governor opposed it. Our head of DOT opposed it. We had one newspaper, which is no longer in business, by the way, came out with 13 editorials every Sunday against us for the whole duration of the campaign. But what was really important was local government officials. They were our main message carriers. Focus groups taught us roads and potholes. Oh yeah, that's what your local people do. They fix that. We don't know what the governor does and what the state does, but when we're talking about our local infrastructure, it was very, very important to have we had a united Metro Mayor's Caucus who unanimously endorsed it, even if you weren't getting a line, even if you were not getting improvements necessarily, because maybe you were too far out, you didn't have the critical mass. It was absolutely important to have local government officials be at the table.
We had our most resonant messages were, and we engaged in a lot of, and I would encourage you to do this, engage in opinion research, focus group testing, hire really smart people. I mean, that's one thing that we did well, is we hired smart folks. You can have a debate on whether or not you should hire national experts or pair them with local people that are local, which is, I think, probably makes sense. But some of the messages that were most resonant for us were that congestion was killing families. Spend more time you'll have more time to spend with your family, get home, make it to your kids' soccer games or to that play. We had a strong agreement that transportation was, in fact, government does too much, but transportation is the appropriate role for government. Yes, that does make sense. They shouldn't do all these other things they do, but they should do this. Another one was reducing, this is again, very red state, Georgia, reducing the dependence on government at the federal and state level. We're gonna help ourselves, we're gonna control our own destiny, we're gonna reduce, which just seems strange, but it worked. But at the end of the day, we had two challenges we couldn't overcome. One was that I think we had like 94% agreement that congestion was the #1 problem threat facing our region, but at the same, so we had agreement there, but we didn't have agreement that we could do anything about it. People, I think, were so fatalist, they were just like, yeah, well, you know what, no matter what we do, we're gonna, it's not gonna make a difference. So you've got to be able to have a list of projects that people can understand, they can envision, that they can have some faith in, that will make a difference. And that's where we fell short. And then the last thing is that we did not have a high level of trust with our state DOT at the time. We've done better. We had just basically ignored that. We didn't talk about the successes and the efficiency, how we've gone from 7,500 employees in that department to less than 4,000. I mean, there's been a tremendous amount of efficiency built in. We hadn't talked about those things, and so as a result, if your state agencies, your regional agencies are doing good work, you've got to talk about those.
Yeah, I also want to say that in your prior panel who was talking about, changing the light rail cars and stuff like that to be able to do that. I think in Atlanta, Dave may disagree with this, but I will say it anyway, I think MARTA was a problem. I think MARTA was the 800-pound gorilla in the room that nobody wanted to talk about. But MARTA did not have a track record of delivering projects on time, had overpromised at times on what they were going to do and under-delivered. And I think there was a vision that there was an agency that could, manage itself. So how are we going to trust them with, even if the money was not going to them directly, it was going to benefit them. That happened to us in 1997. We had a chairman of the RTD board who was out campaigning against the tax increase that they put on the ballot. I mean, it was crazy, right? But it took us 8 years to try to regain confidence and faith by making sure projects were on time and on budget and redoing the image of it. Right now, RTD is doing a 2-year reimagine RTD because, look, we went to the ballot 4 years before the iPhone was ever created. If the iPhone was what would have been created then, we would have created the same solutions for transportation and put on the ballot? Not sure. So I totally concur with thinking 20 years out. But I also think MARTA was a big drag on you guys' effort.
Yeah, absolutely. Interestingly, though, we've had new leadership, and we've done a much better job. And we actually poll, our chamber polls every fall. In fact, we'll be in the field the next couple of weeks again. But in Gwinnett County, ironically, we failed a referendum in March because it was the wrong referendum. We'll talk about tactics a little bit, maybe in a minute. But pick the right election to go in, by the way. That's important. But MARTA favorability is 3-to-1, as much as 5-to-1 in some of our counties now. And it was barely even back in 2012, but the intensity was greater on the negative side.
So we just have 10 minutes left, so I want to take some questions from the audience before we wrap up. Questions? No questions? one in the back.
Again, Jeff, advocate. In Atlanta, you had 4, should we say, I think it was light rail systems. You've got one that's very successful on there. In Denver, you've had a number of light rail and dollars spent on both of those. On one side, air quality. On the other side also is what have you found the biggest disincentive of what you made succeed, and indeed why riders don't want to ride on your light rail system?
I think our biggest problem is first mile, last mile. The reality of life is that when you look at the metropolitan area, the burbs actually make out better than the inner city because, like, where I live in East Denver, my options are buses. And you know, even though, you know, we have about 98 million boardings a year, of which about 40% are on rail, we still move them. A great majority of our people are moved by buses. And I think that getting people to a bus stop, whether it's a safe way to do it by making sure we have the correct sidewalk infrastructure, or whether we have either, you know, the city of Centennial did a pilot with Lyft, where they, Bloomberg gave them a grant to subsidize an experiment to see if you could change habits by basically subsidizing your first mile or last mile ride to and from a light rail, which actually was very successful. I think that's one of our biggest issues that we have to do, that people, you know, if it's too difficult to get to the stop, they'll just say, well, what the heck, I'm already in my car anyway, I'll just keep driving. I think that's a real big challenge.
Yeah, it's important to remember that, well, our streetcar we weren't doing streetcar again until later after we had failed the referendum. MARTA was originally conceived as a 5 metro county system. We only had 2 counties that had actually opted into the system. So we weren't even at half of the number of counties that had been envisioned for us to do. So MARTA just didn't go in where people wanted it to go. Some of the locations were selected because they were economically feasible, but that's not really where they should have been. The bus system hasn't been very reliable, and there's some classism. People don't want to train, rail. John Robert Smith and I were talking about this last night. People can, feel good envisioning themselves riding on a train, but they feel like buses. I wouldn't ride a bus. Other people would ride a bus, and so there's that impression that it's not, glamorous or it's not something I want to do. Even though buses have Wi-Fi, they have signal priority, shorter commute times. Especially our express buses in Metro Atlanta are doing extremely well. They operate in our maintenance lanes. And so there's actually a time differential. But if you don't have a time differential, you don't have an experience that's good, it's hard for people to say, yeah, I want to pay more money for that.
Any other questions?
Hi. Darren Sunoka, for council member and SACOG board member. Thank you for being here today and offering your insights. I heard you say earlier in regards to messaging, you talked about general messaging, getting folks home earlier for dinner or sports games. But I was wondering, what about specific projects? Did that resonate with the public? If you said, hey, this is going to fund, X project, did that resonate with folks?
Our map saved us so we could show precisely what the corridors were going to be like. And that actually, and that's what we're building. A lot of them are already in operation. So now some of them are behind schedule for the first time. We had a small recession in the late 2000s that really hit us hard. And so I think that it was very, very, very important to show where the lines were going to be and where the stops were going to be and how people were going to get to and from. The other one for us, which was surprising, interestingly enough, we were afraid of it because we thought the suburbs would react very negatively toward investing a lot of money in our Denver Union Station. If you've been to our Denver Union Station, it's actually very nice. We thought the burbs were like, why are we spending all this money in the city? It actually turned out to be one of our most popular projects that we could turn to and show that was going to get built. Because if it wasn't for fast tracks, there would be no Denver Union Station.
in our case, I don't think our project list helped us. While there were a few signature projects, we had 153 projects. There were a few that people had heard of, but most of these were facilities that were left over from other plans that were laying around that couldn't ever get funding. So they were cluttered up by a bunch of mediocre projects. We polled the number one project that people wanted, said they would support, would absolutely, you've got to have this, must-have project, which was a rail connection to Turner Field, which is where the Braves played. We didn't put it on the list. So, this was, so I think project lists, if you do them well, can help you, and they're important. But in our case, our experience was that we didn't do enough of a project. And there's one thing I can leave with this group, is be bold, be visionary. My friend Denny Zane says, we stole from somebody, fortune favors the bold. You've got to create a vision that people can understand. Oh, this is what it's going to do. You have to be able to explain it in 1 or 2 breaths. We couldn't do that. We needed 30. If you're explaining something for 30 seconds, you're losing.
Right, I agree with that. The only thing I would also say, though, I do think you have to be big, bold, and think big, and we did. On the other hand, we have had to manage expectations. We're not going to build one of our last lines until 2040, which is a long way from now. And that has made part of the northern community very angry. Now, quite honestly, this is what happens when you try to cook deals to get all the local government mayors to be happy and the business community to be happy. I'm not sure that line should have ever been in the system because it's dependent on what I call the last sovereign nation left in the United States. That would be the railroads. And Burlington Northern is not going to sell us that quarter. They want a lease. What they want for a long-term lease on that quarter, we could build maybe a couple of other rail lines someplace else, right? So I think you have to be realistic, and I think we overreached because we wanted to make everybody happy. And by doing that, we now have a line that I'm not sure should be built, but if it's going to get built, it's going to get built in 2040.
Okay, well, that's our time. Thank you so much, Dave and Maria, for joining us. Thank you.
And now for a discussion on moving beyond the core, rural and suburban mobility innovations. Please welcome to the stage Christopher Cabaldon, SACOG board member and mayor of City of West Sacramento. Caroline Rodier, Technologies Associate Director of the Urban Land Use and Transportation Center at UC Davis. John Robert Smith, Chairman of Transportation for America. And our moderator, Keith Martin, Transit Manager for Yuba-Sutter Transit Authority.
Thank you for being here, and the other ones that didn't want to walk out the library. So that's a good day. We have to be done here because we're the lunch place, so we'll have to deal with that. So I want to just get rolling here. AJ, there you go. I want to show you what first mile, last mile looks in Yuba and Sutter counties. This is, we've upgraded our fleet a little bit since that time, but we still have some greenhouse gas emissions with our first mile, last mile solution. So I thank you for, this is actually 1999, but the Yuba County Foothills Community of Dobbins. So just give you an idea what rural America is really like in this process. So first off, John Robert, you have experience with being a mayor and now with the Transportation for America chairman. So maybe you can give us some background on how you see some of the opportunities and challenges related to mobility in suburban and rural areas.
Sure, Keith, and thank all of you for allowing me to be with you, and more importantly for this conversation than what I do now is what I did for 20 years. I was in local government for 20 years, mayor of my hometown of Meridian, Mississippi for 16 years. So I know a little something about rural America and small towns. Let me start with the challenges first. For too many of our elected officials on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., or in the capitals of states around this country, we've forgotten that small rural downtowns were created for a specific purpose. They were the gathering place. They were the gathering place for the larger rural population around them. They were whether that was in agriculture or mining or forestry. It's where those rural citizens came to go to the doctor, where they purchased their wheat supplies, or the tools they used, or where they went to improve their education, whether that was at a small college or a Carnegie Library. But for decades, we have not invested in those rural downtowns. In fact, we've done the very opposite. We've stripped them of the assets that made them that gathering place. We've closed hospitals and clinics. We've consolidated school systems. We've pushed our retail out of downtowns into big box anchors remotely removed from those places. We've hollowed out those little downtowns. Then when it comes to suburbia, there are different forms. There are exurbs that are much more rural in character. And we incentivized and pushed housing out of those towns into the rural environment. This wasn't housing that was needed to support the agricultural industry or timber mining. This was just residential housing. And as we pushed them out and spread them apart, then we created much more traffic on those rural roads and highways. And of course, our solution was to build more lanes to those roads and highways. And when you build more lanes, you get more housing, you get more sprawl, and you need more lanes and more pavement to account for that, because those homes are located not within an easy proximity of anything those families need on a daily basis. Then when you look at our older suburbs, those who were built in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, those suburbs are now experiencing many of the challenges that were once for urban areas. They have a higher poverty rate there because families who cannot afford to live in downtowns anymore of bigger cities have moved out further and further and further until they find a home they can afford the mortgage on. Then they find they have transportation costs because they have to get children to school, get to the doctor, get to shopping, get to a grocery store, and those transportation costs are very high. And unfortunately, and my work has taken me now to 119 different cities and towns around the country, I find that there are local elected officials who don't even know they have transit issues. They don't realize that getting a veteran to health care is a big transit issue for them. They don't understand that getting a working mother and her child to daycare, then to school, then to her job, and back again in the evening is a transit issue. And they don't understand that even getting the third shift of workers at the turkey processing plant in Minnesota is a transit issue. Those are the obstacles. The good thing is that those obstacles create great opportunities. For your rural downtowns, you have the opportunity to recreate that gathering place, recreate the sense of what your town was, and it's authentic and it's different than every other small town. It gives you that opportunity and to bring your people and the things they need closer together and reutilize the infrastructure you've already built. You've built the streets and the roads and you have the street lighting there. You can repopulate those little downtowns. When it comes to the suburbs we're seeing across the country, they are retrofitting themselves to be more town centers. So that again, people and the things that the people need are brought closer together and more walkable and transit-friendly environments, even in those suburban areas. And I think those are great opportunities for the future.
Thank you. Caroline, some of the themes that he's suggested here are going to bring out in your work with the UC Davis Urban Land Use and Transportation Center. Maybe you can share some about some of the pilot programs you're working on in that regard.
Yeah, I really appreciated how you articulated the obstacles, you know, that are not always recognized as public transit issues. About 5 years ago, UC Davis started working with 8 MPOs in the San Joaquin Valley. They came to us articulating just those concerns. You know, they find it's very difficult and expensive to provide transit service to rural areas to meet the needs of those community members. Dial-a-ride costs are very high. ridership can be quite low and services are cut because of low densities and, long distances. And they were really interested in exploring new innovative technology and shared business models to kind of see how some of these could be put together and experimented with in the rural environments. So I think it's about 3 years ago, we worked together. We developed a plan, and then we applied for funding from the California Air Resources Board, from their STEP program, Sustainable Transportation and Equity Programs. We applied for money particularly for disadvantaged rural communities. There were 3 pilots that we all agreed that we wanted to move forward with. The first was electric vehicle car sharing that was located in affordable housing units. And these were, we actually have launched the program, and it is within about a few months. We have already over 100 active members who have signed up. It's basically a very low cost, no frills, station-based car sharing program. It's a partnership between the California Van Pool Authority, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. They provide van pools for largely agricultural workers and other kind of employment centers. And we also partnered with Self-Help Enterprises, which is the largest affordable housing developer in the San Joaquin Valley. Also, as part of that, we work with Mobility Development. They're a private sector. We needed their help and expertise in car sharing because we didn't have that locally. So we have launched this program, and we will be evaluating it for about the next year. Another program that we actually have launched is called Vamos. Vamos is a mobility as a service app, and it's located in the northern San Joaquin Valley. Currently, right now, it provides transit and bike trip planning. However, in the near future, we will be expanding its capabilities to allow for payment and scheduling. One of our near-term programs that we will be integrating with that app is called VOGO. We call it kind of a volunteer ride-hailing program that will serve disadvantaged communities in Stanislaus and San Joaquin County. We have partnered with a local volunteer transportation organization, Moves, and also with a very high volume volunteer transportation organization in upstate New York. They have been very successful. Yearly they provide over 5 million miles of volunteer transportation travel for trips that are over 100,000, over 150,000. They have over 300 volunteers. And they have actually automated a lot of their dispatching and scheduling functions. And they are working, and also, the back office. So we're working with Move Stanislaus and Volunteer Transportation Center to kind of work together to learn so that they will be able, hopefully, to take over this program. And again, we're evaluating this project, UC Davis, over the calendar year of 2020. Thanks.
Some great, very unique approaches to some of these problems. Mayor, West Sacramento is one of those cities that's kind of a caught between urban and suburban, given your proximity to downtown. You've got some new things going on, and recently you've been testing the VIA program. So why don't you tell us a little bit about what you're learning from that system?
Sure, and I'll, for those of you who know me, I'm going to talk very fast and say a lot of heretical things that will cause you can't say that, and I'm going to do it anyway, because this topic, I think, is one. So we are one of these cities. Like we're a little bit Elk Grove, a little bit Marysville, a little bit Live Oak, a little bit Loomis, a little bit Winters, a little bit Woodland, a little bit Sacramento, all wrapped up in one city. But we're governmentally in a different place. We're not in Sacramento RT, or at least we're not an active member of RT, and we have our own transportation district and transit system in Yolo County, which exists only in the minds of state statutes and the boundary lines. There's no common economy and travel shed among the 4 cities and the major rural areas of Yolo County, which exists that way because that's how the state government has drawn us. And we have the fundamental problem that every other place in America that isn't Manhattan or San Francisco or maybe even Denver has, which is transportation planners are obsessed with how do we support transit. And the land use pattern that we've built, either because we're small, rural, or suburban, or because we grew in the latter half of the 20th century when cul-de-sacs were the watchword and extremely low densities. And we've been operating under this legal and financial and grant imperative to support transit. But at the city level, transit is not my constituent. My job is not to support transit, it's to support people in their lives to actualize what they are trying to achieve, and not only in the things that state and federal planners think about, like how do I get people to work, how do I get them to their medical appointments, how do I get them to the SSI office. Those are all critical things. But that is not most of what people visualize their own lives as being about. And you see this very clearly at the city level, at the street level, in ways that you don't see at the ARB or at the Strategic Growth Council or at USDOT. And so our mission has been how do we deal with the fact that no one like us has solved the transit problem with yet more transit. Folks, like a lot of folks in this room, will complain that congestion is so bad it's taking me 15 minutes longer to get home in the car on the way back from Folsom. Do not appreciate that it might take an hour and a half on a bus to go a mile and a half in my city. Right? It's a radically horrible service in suburban and rural and many urban places too. It's really bad. And if we don't acknowledge that in our need to profess fealty and fidelity to the notion of transit, if we don't acknowledge how poor of a service it is, we're not going to achieve the kind of public support that we need for the improvements that we need. So, we have a use case in our city. It's very, very typical. There's one woman who, she lives in Bright, one of the older parts of our city, and she walks 8 blocks to get to the bus. The bus runs once an hour. She has it pretty much down, but not exactly. So she'll sometimes have to wait 5 minutes. Sometimes she'll be waiting 55 minutes if the bus came a little bit early. Then the bus takes about an hour to get from there to the city's recreation pool, the other side of the city. We're a relatively small footprint, but because transit ridership in low-density places or even medium-density places requires buses to serpentine, to snake through the city, it takes forever to get to the other end of the city. So she arrives there, then fortunately the bus stops right at the pool, basically, swims and then comes home. The whole trip is 3 hours for her to swim for 20 minutes because her doctor said you should be more active as a senior in this community. This is her daily journey. And most of our policymakers say, well, how do you support transit? We could double the headways. We could make it every half an hour. I don't know where we'd pay for it, but if we had the money, we could double the headways, make it every half hour. Maybe her trip sometimes would be reduced by 15 minutes. We could double the amount of money we spend on the routes themselves and still run once an hour, run them slightly more efficiently and get her there 20 minutes early. It's 2 hours and 40 minutes then. The level of transformation that we can achieve just by investing more in a system that is designed for high-density gridded development in terms of the actual daily life of this woman is not successful. So what we said is, look, we got to do something. And we looked around and said, who else has solved this? No one. No one else has solved this with better investments in transit. And in this region, and in my city, we decided a long time ago we're going to put all of our TDA money for the technicians in the room, 100% of it's going into transit, even though transit rides account for very little for the trip. So we're committed to it. So we're going to spend lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of more money. But we're not generating any additional trips. We're not changing land use. We're not changing lives in any significant way. So we put an RFP out to the world saying, look, we have this problem, and we'd like some ideas, and we're ready to pay somebody to help us with some alternatives. And we got a whole bunch of replies. We got Uber and Lyft with some of the ideas that we heard earlier from Mayor Millet about subsidizing free rides and that sort of thing, and others. What we chose was Via, the same system actually that she's using, to operate an on-demand service that I've described as the love child between the bus and Uber. Which is to say that the fare to ride, the cost to ride is about the same as the bus. But for this woman now in Bright, she uses her app, or she can call on the telephone, and a Mercedes van comes to within a block of her house, pick her up, on demand. Average time is about 10 to 12 minutes. Takes her directly to the pool, which is less than a 15-minute ride. And what was a 3-hour trip is now, including the swimming time, is now 1 hour. A radical change. And she loves the service. She's famous in our city because within a month or so, a bunch of us have run into her. She says, "Hey, Mayor, I love the service. For the first time in 10 years, I bought ice cream at the supermarket." And we don't think about that, you know, just the sheer daily pain of the transit journey that we have. Not because we have a horrible transit service, we have a regular transit service that has decent investment. It changes her life in profound ways that this new service has largely resolved. So we've done 100,000 rides in the first year of the pilot. And it has taken off. When we surveyed people in advance, everybody said, "I'm not going to use that. That's stupid. Why would the city do that? You know, I could already take Uber. If I can afford it, I'll already take Uber and Lyft, and it's better. And if I can't afford it, you know, I know I'm comfortable with the bus. I don't know about this thing." So everybody said no. Civic engagement produced the results civic engagement always produces, which is don't take any risks, don't try something different. We did it anyway. 100,000 rides. 80% of women say they feel safer in their daily transportation. 2/3 of riders, older and younger, say they have a significant increase in their independence. The amount of Uber rides has declined significantly. The amount of bus rides has also declined. The amount of walking has increased. The amount of seniors reporting that they have at least one social interaction has dramatically increased. So and we're spending far less per ride, and the riders are able to access much more. So I think it's been an important lesson for us. We've taken the pilot and we're making it permanent. But it's been an important lesson for us to focus on the user, on the rider, on the person, and not on the system, and to take some chances to experiment and to see what people actually do. I'm not at the I'd love to go to the mobility playground because I want to get some more ideas, but I also recognize that 2 years from now, maybe 1 year from now, 80% of those companies will be out of business. They will not be around. And so the name of the game today for government, for a city government like mine or Loomis or Live Oak or Marysville or Elk Grove or Woodland, is how do you broker these services, and how do you not put all your bets on a single monopoly service any longer, but instead how do you manage a system where different services are great for some people and horrible for others, and where some services might disappear. We're dealing with this right now on jump bikes, as an example, where we've designed a system that is intended to be monopolistic to support the service, but then Jump says, we need to double our prices. I'm like, well, what? Big shock, really, right? But what happens if the bike share market starts to consolidate? We've built a whole system around it. These questions around what the job of government is increasingly becoming is managing that network, managing the markets, more so than figuring out how to operate the service or how to regulate the single service that exists in your community.
Very interesting experience, and those individual people, as all of us, even transit operators operating the big buses on those routes, we kind of keep that focus on the individual passenger as well. Sure.
Just to follow up, you know, I think it's great that you had multiple responses, but I think you know your area is a little bit different than what we faced in the San Joaquin Valley. For our car sharing RFP, we got one response, and they wanted to take the capital with them after the pilot program. It was similar with respect to the mobility as a service app. I think we got two. So it's quite a bit different, and so this is why we are kind of moving ahead with the nonprofit model. It was also very important to our stakeholders and our communities that they deal with, partners that they trusted and they felt would be around, so the project, that there would be some stability for it.
I think that's right, although it's not like our destiny has been to have all these partners, all these folks bid. If we had put that bid out 10 years ago, we probably would have gotten 1 or 2 or 0. We have carefully cultivated a reputation as a place that is that it doesn't just declare we're the innovative capital of the Sacramento Valley or whatever, but really when the rubber hits the road, we're going to deliver on projects. We're going to take some chances. We're going to evaluate them rigorously. We're going to give you the free rein you need. We're also going to insist on the things that we need in terms of ethics and data and everything else. But we built that over time, and we also, and I think this is really important because it may not be for some of the folks in this room, but because we're right next to Sacramento, we're nestled between Sacramento and Davis, we're often caught in the over-analysis trap. If you go to Progressive Heaven, and you arrive at Progressive Heaven and you're at the Pearly bus stop and Maya Angelou is there waiting for you, at no point is the question going to be, what did you do for transit? But also, the question at the Pearly bus stop is not going to be, how many ideas did you kill? How many reasons did you come up with to not do something? So, we had the question earlier about, well, what do you do about the app and the digital divide? Well, what the hell are we doing about the analog divide? There's so many people not getting service today in the existing systems that we work, and so we have this tendency to try to layer every single idea that comes forward as an innovation and say, okay, but how is that solving climate change? How is that eliminating racial injustice? How is that fixing redlining? How is that dealing with the digital divide? No single innovation, especially at the startup stage, is going to be able to accomplish that. So I think the philosophy that we've come to is that there's going to be lots of them. And that what we're trying to do is create something great for the woman who swims and eats ice cream. That's not going to work for somebody else. Let's figure out how do we create something great for somebody else. But in our zeal to try to make sure that everything is universal, we've made a system that is universally mediocre, and that most people who have the choice choose not to use.
And this latest exchange underscores the beauty of pilot projects, because the mayor rightfully says no one had solved his transit issue, because his transit issue is different than everyone else's transit issue. And so it is the adaptability of pilot projects that can be different for each one of you in this room. You learn from them those failures you have in a pilot project, which is obviously a short term to begin with. Those failures you change, you move, you learn from them, you go in a different direction. The successes, though, you can apply much more broadly. But what you hear from both of these individuals that have wrestled with it personally in their hometowns is that it can't be just about, quote, transit or transportation in and of itself. It is part of, and a pilot project in transit must include all of that goes with it in how you connect people. It is about human beings. And engineers tend to tell you how you can rapidly move someone from A to B, but you don't even know that they want to get from A to B on a regular basis. So we don't start thinking about how we connect human beings first.
People want the experience. I mean, this is one thing I've learned from millennials. Experience matters, right? So it isn't just that my constituent wants to go to the rec pool and that this new service gets her there faster. That is a big part of it. It's also that now she says to her next door neighbor, a Mercedes van comes and picks me up. And it doesn't say paratransit. It doesn't say code for I have a series of deficits the government is helping me to solve. Right? What arrives is the same Mercedes van that takes her, the teenager down, well, not the teenager, the 22-year-old down the street to the barn for beer on Fridays. It's the same experience. And if you don't pay attention to the psychology of that, so she needs to get from point A to point B, but we too often think of transportation as just that, and it isn't just that. There's another woman who lives at the Valhalla Park on the Davis side of the city, we were doing a training on how to use this service, because the ARP gives a grant because under the theory that seniors don't know how to use their phones. So we were doing a training, like, look, you can use it to go to medical appointments or for this, and she said, look, honey, that's great. I'm going to use it for that. But my friend Gladys, who lives in the West Wind Mobile Home Park on the other side of town, she and I both love watching Days of Our Lives. And I call her up after every show, and we kind of gossip about what just happened. And so what I'm planning on doing with the service mayor is on Tuesday, I'm going to call her up and say, let's go to lunch right now and talk about it. The idea that there was this potential for spontaneous human interaction was far more important. It wasn't the getting to point B. that was the idea. It was her sense of capacity, of connection, of spontaneity, of fun, of joy, that matters too. And part of what we've discovered through this process is that people are taking far more trips than we thought. Right? So I'm a little worried we're going to file our cap and trade, evaluation program, whether we actually reduce much VMT. Because it turns out that a lot of folks want to go have lunch with Gladys, that a lot of teenagers want to have a job, that a lot of seniors want to go to the rec pool, but just didn't have options before. And we have to pay attention to their full lives and not just their work.
We if I can share just a little bit, we had a similar response. We have BMW i3s, and so I spoke to one of the women she's a super user, and I said, why do you like to use the service? And she said, I really like the car. I just like the car. I like the car. And we find that the cost to use the service is really low. It's $4 an hour, $35 a day. So, and the more people use the service, they realize that it's less expensive sometimes than driving their own vehicle. So, and we have also found that, we would call them induced trips, that yes, in fact, most of the trips so far would not have been made if the service was not available to them.
And I think the key here is that we recognize there are people on our buses, there are people that are needed in our communities that need services. And when we talk about it in our area, we talk about people who are doing life on the bus, or life on the VIA, or life on the car sharing. And when we lose track of we're not just moving the bus from point A to point B, we're moving people in whatever mode we're choosing there. So it's good. But as a transit operator and someone who has to answer for budgets and that sort of thing, the issues we talk about is sustainability. Can this be sustained? And a lot of the projects we have, and I call them boutique funding sources. We have a little funding source for this year or that year or something else, and we started a new program. How are these programs? How do you see them being sustainable over time? Go ahead.
Well, we operate a very no-frills service. We believe that we can get the cost down over the first year to about $1,200 per car per month. And we feel that we can pay, we will have 50% of revenue will be covered. The revenue from the service will cover 50% of the cost. We also received a grant recently from the Department of Energy for $1.5 million, and we're looking at different diversifying revenue models. For example, getting funding from, say, HMOs or hospitals to provide rides to people who aren't able to ride. Also, we're looking at whether we can use these vehicles, allow people in the rural areas to increase their income by driving for Uber and Lyft. They're electric vehicles, that's something we can do. So we're experimenting with those revenue models. The transit districts in those areas do spend quite a bit of money on their dial-a-ride service. That's why they came to us in the first place. If we're able to show that there's some reduction in their transit costs, I think they're open. They may be open to helping us fund this. It's been really popular. It's got a lot of media coverage. So.
Yeah, the cost per ride is dramatically lower for us in this system, and so I think Maria earlier from Denver was describing, or at least she hinted at one of the challenges here, which is but it's less of a problem for the rural and to some extent some of the suburban areas, which is political. If you have, I think Maria described the bus driver contract in Denver, they're not as flexible to say, okay, look, now that we're shifting a bunch of riders, instead of running 3 people on this one bus, now they're going to ride in the VIA and it's going to cost a lot less. It's fine, but we have a contract to deliver that service still, so part of the opportunities that some rural and suburban communities have that the big urbans don't have is potentially the ability to be slightly more nimble. And we are kind of in that position because we contract for bus service from our transit. They're not the city. We contract with the old bus so we can, at least in theory, buy less bus service. Which our intent is because we would like to invest much more heavily in the trunk lines on the bus system. Right? We can't operate just on demand service. So we need to invest much more in the bus lines that have the operational and ridership potential and carve out the ones that don't. But if you can't make that move, then it's not financially viable. transit districts across the country that are experimenting with the on-demand pilot, with a grant, but they have no path forward for how to sustain it. We do, and I think if you're not designing it that way at the front end, don't waste your time.
John Robert, what do you see as the biggest transportation challenges for rural and suburban areas in our country?
Well, I think we touched on the challenges and the opportunities in that first question, but I could point you to some successful examples in the country. All right, Paris, Texas. Paris, Texas is a little over 24,000 people. They started not by designing a transit plan, they started by talking to the people of Paris, Texas, and said, what are the critical connections that you've got to have that are disconnected at the moment? Well, the hospital spoke up first and said, we're outside the city limits, and we provide good health care, but once the patient's discharged, they can't get back to the hospital for follow-up visits, and therefore their healthcare declines because of that. So the hospital engaged with the university, with the little town of Paris, and they put together a transit system that connects the workers at the hospital, especially the service workers, who can be some of the lower income scale working at the hospital, connected them to the hospital for their jobs. They also connect the patients back out to the hospital for follow-up visits. The oncology, and the hospital provides the space that was the office for the transit center, and then their parking lot became the transit hub itself. The oncology clinic had an issue with an oncology patient needing to get home quickly after their visit, so they installed a traffic light that when it turns red, the little transit system, bus system knows to pull in and pick up an oncology patient. So it's not a regular stop, it's an on-demand stop with a traffic light out front. Washington, Vancouver, Ben Franklin Transit, they cover a 150-mile radius and 250,000 population in 2 counties, and for $70 a month, you're connected by a series from small vans to larger buses to even larger, to not only the jobs within that 150-mile radius, but to shopping and healthcare alike. And that's for $70, and you couldn't begin to pay the gas for a month for $70 for those trips. Huron, South Dakota. Imagine the winter temperatures in Huron, South Dakota. And if you're an elderly person, they can be lethal. So using the Aging Americans Act for a pilot project just for winter use for senior citizens, it was so popular and in such high demand that it now functions 12 months out of the year. Not only does it take elderly patients to health care, but also to recreation, and brings meals to those that cannot get out and get their own meals, but they've expanded it to the general population. So it's also moving school children, moving people to work, very successful. And you look at Missoula, Montana, and the University of Montana came together in 1977 to create a transit system. The university was eating up all of their beautiful landscape, building parking that's only used on game days on the weekend. So they worked with the city to provide a transit system that flows from the university into the downtown very seamlessly. In 2015, they said, well, let's do a one-year pilot project for free transit. Ridership grew almost 40%. So now 26 different businesses and organizations fund the free rides on the transit, and you ought to see, matter of fact, later you will see how vibrant downtown Missoula is. And then Normal, Illinois was not a city at all. It developed around a college, and it became a town, but they had to create a city center. They had to create that sense of place, and they did it around a transit hub. And they carry 2.4 million riders a year. It's connected to their train station, and when state government funding lapsed, the business community stepped up to continue that transit system. And it has built a vibrant downtown that could be the envy of any city its size.
You can see there's a lot of ways to go at this, and there's certainly no one fit. And I think that's one of the challenges we have sometimes is that we try to fit something in the square peg at the round hole. But in the time we have left here, if there are any questions that might have, I'm not sure if I see anybody roving with a microphone.
Josh Pilchowski, DKS Associates. Two questions. Number one, what are the VIA drivers doing when they're not serving users? And number two, is there any understanding of the VMT impacts of removing low occupancy fixed route service, replacing with on-demand point-to-point travel?
It's traffic engineers, boy.
I don't know what they're employees. They're not gig workers. So what they're doing when they're not working for VIA, not my business. So I don't know. The VMT of the large buses that are going through with 1 or 2 or 3 people snaking through cul-de-sac subdivisions is not trivial. So I don't know. I know that UC Berkeley is doing the independent analysis of the service as well, where a lot of these issues will get raised, but we've got to figure that piece out. It's also though that you cannot isolate the service alone, because the existence of that service makes it much more likely that somebody is going to walk, or to take a bike, or ride a jump bike to the bar and take a VIA back, or take a scooter to City Hall to yell at the City Council, and knowing that when it gets dark you can take the VIA home. It's all of the modes that exist at once that are somewhat redundant, but also serve different needs and different purposes and different feelings and different time schedules and all that together. So it's very difficult to just extricate one out and not understand it. It's a Jenga system of that whole piece. Part of the reason for that is when we first launched the VIA shuttles, we would talk about how this meant now that you could live in the urban parts of West Sacramento without a car. This is a major problem for Rancho Cordova, for Elk Grove, for Marysville, for us, for Live Oak, or for Loomis, which is, okay, I'm going to do exactly what James Corless says I should do, and I should build, I'm going to build a 5-story mixed-use development that's transit-oriented. And it's the first one, and who knows when the second one's going to come forward. I've got to get financing and whatever, but we've got the first one. So it's totally transit-oriented, but I can't really run a full transit system for this one mixed-use project. So what we typically said is, look, it's coming later. But we didn't put that much parking in the mixed-use project because you don't need it because it's transit-oriented, but we don't have the transit yet. It's a temporal problem. It doesn't exist in downtown Sacramento because you already have enough critical mass to operate a high-frequency, high-quality transit system. But that's not true in a lot of suburban and small towns. So you need these kinds of other alternatives that do make it possible to exist without a car. Otherwise, people buy their cars, they insist on parking, and they insist on residential permit parking and us to build parking garages and everything. And then your entire plan, infrastructure, circulation, land use, all falls apart. So it's really critical to have these sort of nimble services that can go in immediately, like the day that people are moving in order to accomplish that. But then you have to operate it that way. So I live in the waterfront district in an area that is like one of these transit development nodes, right next to the barn if you're anywhere near the core. And so we have these great services. We have the scooters and the bikes and VIA and everything else. But the VIA doesn't run on Sundays, and it doesn't run after 10 o'clock at night. Well, the economics are not good on Sundays. But we cannot say to people, yes, it's possible to live in the Bridge District in West Sacramento without a car, and also say to you, but you cannot go to Grandma's house for dinner on Sunday. Or Sunday, we have declared that you're just going to stay home. That's just how it is. There can be no connectivity. So you have to be willing to make investments in underperforming things, just like we have in underperforming buses for 40 years. But you have to be able to make strategic investments in underperforming services if you hope to really change the land use and active transportation environment in the area that we're focusing.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, I'm Ricky Samayo, City of Marysville Mayor. I really enjoy the discussion going on, especially Mr. Smith's point about how to, finding ways that we can repopulate some of our commercial older streets and making those meeting places, be rediscovered and bring folks in. And in connection with creating those systems, transportation systems to kind of get people there or to move people so they can have those social experiences. I really enjoyed that whole conversation. My issue that I've been having, and Keith knows because I'm frustrated once a month when I go to his transportation meeting, that I tend to kind of, I'm very frustrated with our 1950, 1960 transportation system that was made for high density, high grid environment where we don't live, and we tend to have 2-hour rides to get to wherever we want. How do you transfer, and I guess this is to Mayor Cabaldon, how do you transfer resources from kind of that regional transportation systems to the local place that you've done? How did you design that? We're in the JPA. How do you kind of transfer those dollars? So when you do have, you find a good pilot system or project, how do you transfer some of those resources to make it sustainable?
So in a technical sense, it's relatively simple for us to make to shift our, especially our TDA funding, to these local services and to shed the non-productive ones in order to invest. So maybe the bus that runs to the airport or the downtown or the Davis should run every 15 minutes. And in turn, we should not have the Suburban cul-de-sac bus at all. So in theory, it's not that hard, but it is still a negotiation. And, there are a couple of YCTD board members here in the room, and we're still a team. We're still working on a countywide system as well as a local system. So I don't want to suggest that just simply we snap our fingers and it happens, but we snap our fingers and yell and scream and stomp our feet until our partners come together and say, okay, what are we going to do about it? But it is technically possible to shift those resources around, and at least if you're in a district that has the organizational operational flexibility to move between modes, which we do, and your city has too. So I think it is possible, but it takes some work, but it's totally worth it's worth accomplishing. And in my own county, we're blessed because we have UC Davis there, so we got a lot of really strong advice about how to run an optimal transportation system. But we also, our cities, we're the black sheep is the right word. We're the outlier of the county. There's a lot of YOLO woodland, Davis woodland connectivity, and not so much with us. There's an understanding of that. There's a big causeway between us, and so we're given a bit of a longer leash to go and play, and to innovate, and to recognize that we have these other issues. But the other thing I would say, just as a plug since we're here, is that Civic Lab is an outstanding way to tackle these in a structured, collaborative, cohorted, deadlined way. Where you really take innovation, not just like, let's try something new, what should that be, but really work with professionals, with peers who have the capability to, and then you're building it to be in their interest also for you to succeed. So I strongly encourage folks throughout the region that are interested in these kinds of approaches to get in the Civic Lab environment, because you go into that environment without a solution already in mind. You don't go to Civic Lab and say, I want to exactly copy what West Sacramento's doing on Viva. That's a boring Civic Lab project. You go and say, I heard this thing that West Sacramento's doing, this other thing that El Grove's doing, here's our problem. Can we live in that for a couple of weeks and then come up with some alternative solutions? It's a great way to try to tackle that for folks around the region.
Okay, thank you. That's all we have today for time, but I wanted to, just this morning as I was opening up my phone, I noticed that the new project out, or new report, one thing you talked about is that contracting part of this process is public agencies where you go out and they solicit someone to help us out on these issues. The Keynote Center for Transportation just recently, I guess today, released a report on public-private partnerships. This is for all the things that you've been hearing about today, Uber, Lyft, Via, scooters, bikes, anything else you can think about. It's called Contracting for Mobility, a case study in the Los Angeles and Puget Sound regions. Admittedly, major urban areas, not like Marysville and Live Oak, but at the same time, is that whole contracting, start to build those relationships and understand how that's done, and let the big boys, from our perspective, we're the trailers. We let the big guys figure it out, and then we steal their stuff and we use it for our own purposes. So with that, I want to thank all. Okay.
Can I just add one point of personal privilege? A bunch of you know I'm now a professor at Sac State also, and 3 of my students are here.
Go Hornets.
I know you already welcomed all the students, but my 3 are the best ones. Alec and Tendai and Fabiano up front, so get a chance to mentor and support and hear their really terrific ideas. Sac State's doing some really fantastic work in this space.
I would be remiss not to say that as a 1980 graduate of Sac State, I started as an intern at Regional Transit, so that's how we ended up with this business, so hang in there.
Keith, could I make one observation as an outsider? Obvious, you can tell an outsider by my accent.
No, not accent.
But I live in Washington, D.C., which is very blue. My hometown in Mississippi, I come from a state that's very red. And as I look at your region, you have certainly a blue spot, large blue spot. You have some real red spots too, but you're pretty purple out. You have the opportunity to get these decisions right and really set a model for the rest of the country. You know the rural-urban divide is driving a lot of politics, especially in Washington, D.C., so that we can't even speak to each other again. I think you have the opportunity to show us how to get past that. That yes, we need a good, vibrant, big city, but it's not about all of us moving into the big city. The big city needs successful, smaller, rural, urban centers around it. It is time for us to see that it's not a win-lose. A region only succeeds when they win-win, and how they connect their people to opportunities, to promise, and how they make sure that that cuts across all sectors of those communities, whether rural or urban. I think you've got the possibility to really get it right and set a high bar for the rest of this country.
We're going to bring you back in 10 years and show you what we've done. All right, thank you very much. Please thank our panel.
Well, thank you very much, David, for the nice introduction, and good afternoon. It is wonderful to see all of you here today, and what a neat venue this is. And I just want to thank SACOG and James and the team for the invitation to join you on this terrific gathering. I know this is the second annual or second time we have this regional forum, and I'm really thrilled to be a part of it. So thank you so much for having me. I've been following SACOG over the years from a distance, because as you heard from David, I've been living out of state for the past many years, and I just want to say I have had, for a long time, great admiration for everything SACOG does, your innovation, your collaboration. Those are the hallmarks of a great regional organization, so I really want to applaud SACOG for the great work you are doing and you will continue to do in the years ahead. Well, tomorrow is Halloween, and I don't think there's a single person in this room wearing a Halloween costume. And I think we need to get into the spirit of Halloween. So, I have a few questions for you. How do vampires get around on Halloween? On blood vessels. Maybe vampires can teach us a thing or two about transportation. Why did the ghost go into the bar? For the booze. B-O-O-S. Why do skeletons have low self-esteem? Because they have no body to love. All right, very corny, I know. I just couldn't help it because it's Halloween tomorrow. We have to get in the spirit, and now I think we are in the spirit, so now we can move on with the show, so to speak. I would like to start by saying a word or two about the current emergency that's in front of us, and I'm referring to the wildfires, extreme wind, and power shutoffs, and this is impacting all of California, as you know. This is really an unprecedented combination of events, and it's also a highly complicated situation as well. Governor Newsom recently declared a state of emergency for the entire state of California, and over the past few weeks, we've seen the lives of millions of Californians not only disrupted, but placed in harm's way. There are potentially devastating impacts on health and safety. There is considerable business disruption, and property is being damaged. And lest you think this has nothing to do with transportation, we are very much front and center, right in the middle of this crisis. Roads have been closed throughout the state, including here in Sacramento, just the other day on I-5 and I-80, closer to the airport. And transit and commuter rail systems have also been impacted. They've had to cut back or eliminate service throughout the state of both northern, central, and southern California. So in the face of this triple whammy, power shutoffs, severe wind, and fast-spreading wildfires, the governor and his team are heavily focused on response and recovery, working hand-in-hand with local and federal partners, as well as delivering critical services to Californians as quickly as possible and staying ahead of the curve. These are challenging times for California, but we are rising to the challenge and moving with a sense of determination to mitigate and manage the downstream consequences. Also, as our neighbors and communities grapple with these ongoing threats, Californians are answering the call to respond to current events and build resilience for the future. What we have in front of us is a unique and evolving situation. And our first priority is to do everything possible to protect life and lives, and also to ensure that our most vulnerable communities are safe, especially seniors, the disabled, and those with medical needs. I want to mention that the governor just launched a new website with tools and resources for Californians who are impacted by wildfires and power shutoffs. The address is response.ca.gov. And it's a one-stop portal that involves local and state resources, health services, information on shelters and housing, preparedness information, real-time traffic updates, and more. And I would encourage you to take a look at it when you can. Also, please take steps to keep safe during an emergency. That means packing an emergency kit that includes things like medications, vital documents, water. It's really important to sign up for emergency alerts in the county where you live. And it's also important to be prepared to evacuate and plan your route. And of course, listen carefully to public safety officials. It is absolutely critical for all of us to be prepared and also to take care of one another, our families, friends, co-workers, and neighbors. So thank you for letting me say a brief word about the current crisis, which you probably didn't expect to hear me talk about, but I think it's really important to acknowledge what's happening all around us and what we can do, all of us as government and citizens, to respond to the crisis. We will get through this together. As you heard from David, I've been on the job for just over a few months, almost 4 months now. And some of you may know my background, some of you may not, and so let me give you a brief sketch. I grew up just down the road in Davis, and I want to give a shout out to Councilman Lucas, who's here from Davis, as well as a childhood friend of mine from Davis, who is here, Joel Swift. Where are you, Joel? All right, Joel. So Joel has up facilities at UC Davis Health, so Joel and I go back many years. So that's where I grew up. I also spent my young adulthood in Los Angeles, where I lived for about a decade. And then, as you heard, over the past 25 years, I lived in the Washington, D.C. area. During that time, I worked in the auto industry for Hyundai Motor Company, and also spent 8 years in the Obama administration at the U.S. Department of Transportation and Federal Highway Administration. And so it is tremendous to come back to the state where I was born and raised. It's a homecoming of sorts, and it's especially great to be able to get reacquainted with the Sacramento area because it has changed so dramatically over the years, especially during the time I was gone. You know, one of the most common questions I get, and I've been getting since I started this job, is, David, what's your vision? And quite simply, our vision is this: to transform the lives of all Californians through a safe, accessible, low-carbon, 21st century, multimodal transportation system. That is our new vision statement at CalSTA, and the first part of that statement, to transform the lives of all Californians, really speaks to the idea that transportation is all about people and improving their quality of life. And so our job is to ensure that the mobility needs of individuals as well as society at large can thrive in a healthy, safe, and productive manner. So the question you're probably asking now is, how are you going to fulfill this vision, David? The first place to start is to consider all the challenges that are in front of us, and there are many. California's population is increasing and aging. Congestion and long commutes are a reality everywhere up and down the state. I think many of you know that. If you live here in Sacramento, some of you may work in the Bay Area, or you know people who work in the Bay Area and they have to endure 2-hour commutes one way. The transportation sector is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. Fatalities and serious injuries on our roadways, especially among bicyclists and pedestrians, continue to rise. And so we are approaching these challenges with a sense of urgency. And we're also asking ourselves questions like, how do we improve what we're doing? What new ideas are out there that we need to learn about and perhaps develop? Where do we need to put more attention and focus? And where do we need more help? The answer to that question is easy. It's all of you here in this room. You are experts and you can help us. We can all help each other. Before we get any further, let me address the governor's executive order on climate change, which has been the subject of much conversation in the past month since it came out. Let's start with the big picture. The effects of climate change are all around us. We're seeing it every day, like right now, with heavy winds and wildfires. This is going to require changes in terms of how we live our lives. We need to keep our eye on what it will take to mitigate climate change and adapt to it. Because if we fail to take steps now, future generations, our kids and grandkids, will pay the price. Also, I think you know this data point. 40% of all greenhouse gas emissions come from the transportation sector, so that means all of us in transportation have a responsibility to do our part to be part of the solution and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So, having said that, I want to emphasize a few things. Number one, maintaining the condition of our roads, highways, and bridges is of the utmost importance to Governor Newsom, and the executive order does not change our emphasis on fix it first. That is going to continue. The executive order also does not supersede state law, nor does it supersede Article 19 of the Constitution. That means gas taxes, including SB 1 funds, are protected and locked in. We are honoring the will of the voters. These funds are being used for their intended purposes. Also, in situations where we have some discretion in terms of directing transportation funding, we will use it where possible to align with the state's climate goals. And if you consider the long lead time it takes for transportation projects to be planned, developed, and ultimately delivered, this is a process that needs to start now. And it's also important to emphasize that the executive order is the beginning of the conversation and not the end. We are going to undertake this effort in a way that works from the standpoint of the economy, jobs, and income inequality. We will not be doing this alone. We need your help, we need your input, and you will have an opportunity to do so. Let's also acknowledge that this is the time to actively explore solutions to manage congestion, reduce VMT, and reduce GHG emissions. That means looking at things like congestion pricing and pricing strategies. I'm so glad that here at this conference you already had a panel on that very topic. We need to be having these difficult conversations with our fellow citizens if we are to get serious about reducing VMT and GHG. We all know that pricing strategies are controversial, politically and otherwise, but these are the kinds of conversations we need to be having. And so kudos to all of you for having that conversation and really engaging in that deep, meaningful dialogue. As I said earlier, we are going to be collaborative and pragmatic, and we want your input, so stay tuned. I also want to touch upon another matter that has caused a lot of anxiety in the transportation world, and that is the Trump administration's Safe Vehicles Rule and its decision to revoke the California waiver from the Federal Clean Air Act. As I've mentioned in various forums, I want to assure you that this is front and center on our radar screen. We are fully aware of and sensitive to the situation faced by many transportation stakeholders, MPOs, cities and counties, and transit agencies regarding potential transportation conformity issues. Now, this is a very technical and controversial and complicated issue, and I'll simply say that we are mindful of the potential consequences on project delivery as well as funding if transportation conformity requirements are not met. We've already formed an interagency informal working group within the administration with our partners, CARB, Caltrans, and the Governor's Office to identify potential near-term options. In fact, this group has already started reaching out to transportation partners to begin the process of identifying potential impacts of the rule on your projects. We will continue this engagement in the weeks and months ahead, and we look forward to working together on this issue. We are all in this together, we will solve it together, and we at CalSTA are firmly committed to finding solutions to the situation and the dilemma posed by the final rule. And so as we tackle the many issues the federal government has put in front of us, I want to say that we are not losing focus on our own agenda. Case in point, the California Transportation Plan 2050, or CTP 2050, is being developed, and you'll have an opportunity in the coming months to take a look at it and also to comment. This is a critically important long-term strategic plan that will help chart the course for the future of transportation in California. And the last time we did this was 4 or 5 years ago, and you think back, the world has changed so much since 2014, 2015. And so this is the right moment to start anew with a fresh plan and create something, a roadmap for the future. Also, the California Freight Mobility Plan is getting close to the finish line. And you'll have a chance to take a look at a draft on December 4th. Public comment period is open until January 30th. And then we expect to release the final plan in March. And just like the CTP 2050, the freight plan will identify needs and lay out a future vision when it comes to freight and goods movement. It's going to address themes like improving the reliability of port access, border efficiency, interregional freight movement and resiliency, and sustainability and innovation. We've approached CTP 2050 as well as the freight plan through the lens of the governor's executive order on climate change. And again, if we are serious about preparing for climate change, we need to start working on this now, not later. And especially given the long planning horizon for transportation projects, this is the right time to start. Finally, transportation safety is foremost in our minds all the time. And to that end, the Strategic Highway Safety Plan will be coming out very soon, most likely before the end of the year. This is a roadmap for where we're going to go in terms of our mission to prevent fatalities and serious injuries among motorists as well as pedestrians and bicyclists, and to reverse the trend, which frankly is moving in the wrong direction. I personally believe it is time to try new strategies and new approaches when it comes to transportation safety. And so to that end, this plan will involve input from every region and discipline involved in this effort. We're also going to involve professionals from the 5 E's of transportation safety: education, engineering, emergency medical services, emerging technology, and enforcement. And we're going to need your continued involvement as we move forward towards zero traffic-related fatalities. And I want you to know that my team and I are approaching this with a sense of urgency, because it is our responsibility to do everything possible to move the needle in the right direction. And so let me close by saying that I truly value your partnership and believe that collaboration and communication are the keys, the essential ingredients, as we collectively tackle the many challenges and opportunities currently in front of us. We are going to do all of these things together, and when we do, we will be able to truly transform the lives of all Californians. And one final word about the next panel, which will feature a key member of my team, Lori Pepper. Lori, why don't you wave your hand? Lori was appointed by Governor Newsom to the position of Deputy Secretary for Innovative Mobility Solutions. And this is the first time in state government this position has existed. And she will play an important leadership role when it comes to making sure that we stay ahead of the curve in navigating the rapidly changing transportation landscape and leveraging emerging technologies to bring about better mobility outcomes. So she plays a critical role on my team. You will hear from her shortly, and I think you will find her to be an invaluable resource in the months and years ahead. So thank you again for having me, and have a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you for those inspiring words, Secretary Kim. Please welcome to the stage Arlen Orchard, CEO and General Manager of SMUD.
Good afternoon, everybody. To follow up on the Secretary's comments, I do not have any Halloween jokes. I apologize. And I do want you to note that the lights are on, and we plan to keep them on throughout the event. So there you go. So when I think about SMUD's role in innovation, I really think about it from the standpoint of it's not innovation for innovation's sake. It's not about looking at just the next best idea or something that's sexy. Really as looking at it from the standpoint of solving real problems or enhancing the quality of life of the folks that we serve, that all of us serve. And for SMUD, our real focus when it comes to innovation is climate change at this point. So we've committed nearly $7 billion of new investments over the next 20 years to address climate change, to lower not only our carbon footprint, but our region's carbon footprint. Our focus on our region's carbon footprint is really focused on $2 billion investments in building electrification and transportation electrification. Obviously, to reach the state's aggressive goals, you damn near have to electrify everything, which I understand in this time of wildfires and turnoffs, that ends up being kind of a controversial concept, but one that I think is a necessary one. Transportation, which is the purpose of today, and innovation in transportation, I will say we're very much focused on one thing that I do want to spend a few minutes talking about, which is SMUD is very proud to lead the regional effort to create the California Mobility Center, which is a public-private consortium that will be located in Sacramento. There'll be a nonprofit side of that consortium, and there'll be a venture capital side of that consortium. We've got great folks supporting it already, partners in the community, Sacramento State, UC Davis, Greater Sacramento Economic Council, Los Rios Community College, and then advisory folks like SACOG and Valley Vision and others really supporting this effort. I actually see one of the partners from Sac State in the audience. So we're very excited about this because it really is both a way to address the future of where we're going with innovation in mobility, at the same time ensuring we're managing and addressing those really hard problems. There'll be a component that looks very more forward focused on things like autonomous driving and what standards need to be done, nearer term things like improved battery technologies for electric vehicles. What are the rules of the road for all of these new technologies going forward, which is critically important? How do you share data? What are the policies, regulations, and ordinances that don't inhibit the development of these new technologies, but at the same time support the public policy goals around safety and equity that we're all very concerned about? The other is a workforce component, which I'm probably most excited about in some ways, because I think it's a linkage that we can provide to disadvantaged communities to develop a pathway to these new jobs of the future. And those jobs don't exist today. So we have partners like Los Rios and Sac State that are going to help us align and train those workers of the future. And then finally, a venture capital fund, which is important because as these new startups and entrepreneurs come into our community to help move us forward, we'll have a funding stream and a funding source for those that need it. So we have Intertech Capital, which is a venture capital firm that is working with us. SMUD has committed $15 million to this venture capital fund to get it started. There'll be, we hope to reach $100 million on the venture capital fund, and another fund of $25 million or so, which will be focused on brand new startups. So I'm really excited about the opportunities. We'll be, hopefully, the nonprofit is up and running now. We've created it. We've had our first board meeting. And now we're doing all that logistical and organizational stuff, which, to be honest, I did not know it was so complicated until we get started. So hopefully come spring, we'll be ready to, spring or summer of next year, we'll be able to open the door and start with our first projects. I think SACOG has the Civic Lab, which very nicely aligns with this, because as they bring new startups into this area to try to help solve problems, we have a pipeline can actually advance and help those companies grow. So I'm very excited about that. And with that, I think I'll stop talking, and you're really more interested in hearing about the folks on our panel, so I'll invite my panelists up now.
Thank you, Arlen and SMUD, for your leadership. Joining Arlen on stage for a discussion of the future of transportation, please welcome Randy Iwasaki, Executive Director of the Contra Costa Transportation Agency. Laurie Pepper, Deputy Secretary for Innovative Mobility Solutions for the California State Transportation Agency. And Selena Reynolds, General Manager of the Los Angeles Department of Transportation.
All right, nice welcome for you guys. So the purpose of this panel is to talk about the future of transportation and whether innovation can truly deliver mobility for everyone and not just a few, which I think has been one of the challenges. So folks on this panel are really looking at how do we solve those hard historic equity challenges in mobility that we know are out there and continue to be issues. So we're going to start off with questions, and then the audience will have some opportunities to think up some questions too. So when people hear the word innovation, most folks often jump to what's the latest technology advancement, but we know it's more than that. Can each of you talk about how you view innovation and the role it plays in your work? And Selena, let's talk with you, move on to Randy.
Sure, and thanks for having me here. It's great to be here and really appreciate Secretary Kim's words about the wildfires in Los Angeles, still under a lot of threat and many people evacuating, losing their homes. And the Department of Transportation is a first responder. So we send folks out to direct traffic, we send our transit buses out to do evacuations. And so quite a lot going on. But when it comes to innovation, we've been thinking innovation is one of those words like sustainability or maybe even safety, that it means something different in every single person's mind in this room. And I was sensing, and still am, a tendency among my colleagues in transportation to get really distracted by shiny objects. And instead of thinking deeply first about what the actual problem set is, and I really appreciated the mayor's comments about starting with the human being that we serve and not thinking about the A to B trip, but thinking about the day-to-night life. And so some of the innovations that we've done are things like taking our streets and turning them into playgrounds for a day. And in doing that, a very simple but radical idea, we've gotten access to open space for about 100,000 Angelenos who live in park-poor neighborhoods who can't otherwise just go outside and play. So those kind of innovations, to me, are the more interesting ones and maybe the ones sort of hidden in plain sight. Of course, we're doing a ton to be on sometimes the bleeding edge of innovation. I just came from the Commercial Aviation Expo, for example, where I was talking about how Los Angeles is thinking about tiered regulations for unmanned aerial systems that deliver people and goods. So both of those things have to happen at the same time, and it's really important not to lose sight of and be really clear and consistent about who you're solving for and why you're sort of bringing resources to bear, because it is important for us to all remember that we are inheriting a legacy of decades of decision-making in transportation that hasn't had great outcomes for a lot of communities. In Boyle Heights in Los Angeles, which is surrounded by 5 different freeways, the #1 reason that kids miss school is childhood asthma. And when their parents have to take 3 buses to go to an emergency room because they can't afford health care and they lose a day's wages, that's because of the way we laid out the freeway system and who we chose to benefit and who we chose to disbenefit. So we've got to be really mindful of those things as we step into this new space and are under tremendous pressure on the government side to be more innovative.
So first, I just want to say ditto. Totally agree with everything Selena said. You know, the reason why I took this job was to help improve the quality of life for people. And I think mobility is one of those things where when you lose it or you lose access to it, whether it's personal or you just, for whatever reason, can't access mobility and the freedom to move around, your life and your world constricts heavily. And when you gain that access, it expands greatly. And I think when we are looking at the different issues, so for me, I look at issues such as just take micromobility, bringing that into our communities, but not just because it's the new cool thing. It's what can it actually help us do? How can it actually help us improve our lives? And therefore, how should it actually be integrated into our mobility ecosystem? So when I look at different issues, I actually look at it from 4 different vantage points: safety, environmental benefits, economic benefits, whether through workforce or actual economic investment, as well as an equity issue. And to me, equity has 3 different branches. You have equity for income levels, you have equity for accessibility, and then you have equity for geographic differences. So it's not just trying to bring in the new thing, it's changing the way we think about different modes of transportation. It's changing the way perhaps we do things that we did 20 years ago don't necessarily benefit us in the same way now, as well as looking at these new innovations and how can we bring them in and trying to get ahead of them so that we can work with the private sector when they want to bring things into our communities and really help them benefit our communities and the people in them.
Andy, what do you think?
First of all, Selena and Laura, it's good to see you again. Thank you. Thank you, SACOG, for inviting the Contra Costa Transportation Authority to participate in this panel. Lindsay Willis is here. She's our Director of External Affairs, so her job is to make sure that I say everything correctly, so cut me off when I do something right. We're a very small team, and so what we're trying to do is we're trying to make change because the customer is expecting different services. And we're having more people live in California, we're having more people live in the Bay Area, we have higher levels of congestion. And our theory is if you do the same things over and over again and expect different results, it's probably not going to happen. And so we're looking at all aspects of our delivery process. I was talking to Lindsay coming up here today, and we have this program called POP, it's Progress on Paperless. And I wanted to reduce the amount of paper we buy. We used to buy a copy machine that was the size of a Volvo station wagon, and it would shake as we produced the packets because everything revolves around a packet. And I worked for Caltrans for 27 years, and we didn't have any packets, but when you work at a local agency, everything's done by board approval. You have these giant, enormous agenda packets, and we've gone paperless. Because we went paperless, we went digital signatures, and so now our construction program, because we do all the construction oversight on the state highway system, interstate system, Caltrans doesn't do that for us. And we've gone completely paperless, online bidding. And so those things are maybe the sexier innovations, but they're more efficient innovations. And so we're using iPads for our inspection, and we haven't had a claim in 10 years on some pretty big projects in the Bay Area and Contra Costa County. And then we're known for our innovation program, and so some people say, like Selena mentioned, we're testing these self-driving vehicles because they're bright, shiny objects. Well, Lindsay's gone out and she said, Mandy, I don't like the way we go out and engage the public to get input. We have an open house here, we have 30 people here that are angry with us, we have 10 consultants here, and we've had a great day. We had 40 people in the room, we got their comments. So she has changed the way we engage the public, and once again, that's our customer. So how do we find out for those people that don't have the time to come here on an evening, on a Friday or Thursday evening to give their comments? And so she's changed the way we approach Facebook. We have a new website. This last update of our countywide transportation plan, we got more comments than the previous 25 years combined. And it's not perfect. We're not getting to everybody, but they're saying we don't like congestion. We would take transit, but we just can't get there. By the time we get to BART in the morning, the parking is taken. How can you get me? How can you help me? And so we joke that we scan the universe starting with planet Earth, and we're not looking for a first and last mile solution. So we're laser focused on the state goals. I used to work for the state for 27 years, so greenhouse gas reductions. And the other thing that we're working on, you might be interested, and I know you'll be interested later on, is in our proposed sales tax measure, we're trying to put another half-cent sales tax together. We have proposed a VMT mitigation program because Senate Bill 743 is going to require that anyway. So our board asked us, well, what does that mean, Randy? What is that? And I said, I don't know yet. We haven't figured it out. But once we do, we'll let you know. But we'd rather push the envelope than have somebody else tell us what to do. So maybe that's innovative, maybe it's not. But I'd rather have it done to me by myself than have somebody else do it to me from somewhere else. And so we're trying to really push the envelope there because, once again, that's a law and that's what the citizens would like. So I think innovation takes different shapes, but in our case, we're known for self-driving vehicles, but we have some pretty innovative programs that just help us make this more efficient, which means there's more money for more projects and programs in the future.
Great, thank you. So if we stop and think about innovation as the means to solve some of the big, hairy problems you all are dealing with, what kind of problems are you actually trying to solve, and how in your mind is innovation going to help you get there? Whichever one of you wants to jump in first.
Sure. So we try and make it really clear that we're trying to build safe, beautiful streets. So we're trying to save people's lives because traffic crashes are the #1 cause of death for kids in LA County, and about half the people who die on the roads that we manage and operate are people walking or biking. But we want them to be beautiful because we want to treat people with dignity and we want to improve their well-being and their quality of life. The second thing we want to do is really, we're always going to be in the infrastructure management business, but we now need to get into the mobility management business because there is a tremendous pressure coming from an unprecedented amount of private venture capital pouring into transportation to really privatize the streets so that they will no longer be public realm held in public trust by the public sector. And so we have got to catch up and figure out sort of what's our right seat at that table. And then the last thing we want to do is be a really great place to work. If we're going to attract the workforce of the future and we want, I'm not going to solve all those problems by myself. It's going to be one of the 2,000 people who work for me. And really that focus on how do we innovate inside a giant bureaucracy and create a really vibrant workspace is probably going to be the thing that defines success or failure on the other two things that we're trying to do. And running through all of those as the top line goal is to correct racial and socioeconomic inequities.
So this is where I play the I'm new here card. So I am new to CalSTA. I've been on the job about 2 months. I am also new to California. I've been out here about 2.5 months. So
welcome.
I'm very happy here. Very happy. But what I told the secretary when we were talking in Washington, D.C. about this job is that I was going to give myself 3 months to not only learn about California and get used to it and meet all of our stakeholders, which include all of you, but to really think about what are the problems that we at the state level where we should be weighing in. And when I say weighing in, I don't mean coming down and saying this is how things should be done, but I'm a big believer in partnerships. And so I think from the state vantage point, when we think about issues such as micromobility, such as drones, such as data, there is no one-size-fits-all solution for the entire state. So how can we at the state level support all of you for being able to make those regional choices that work for your communities? So I'm looking at, of course, connected and automated vehicles, micromobility, drones, artificial intelligence generally, data generally, and trying to figure out, where is it that the state, where is it appropriate for the state to kind of step in? Some people have brought issues to us as well, and so we're taking a look, but I am kind of taking the first 3 months and taking the information in, and then we'll be figuring out exactly where we're going to put our efforts.
I think from Contra Costa's perspective, our top priority is safety. What I don't have anymore is I don't have owner-operator responsibility, so it makes my job a lot more fun and a lot easier. But congestion relief, we're trying to change the dynamic of measurements and performance criteria. If you work in government, I think deadlines and a goal are the best tools. A clearly articulated goal with a deadline, I think we work the best. And so we're trying to change the performance metrics from floating car calculations on congestion to people throughput. That's something that sounds pretty basic, but it's harder than you think. We're trying to make sure that we deal with greenhouse gas reductions. We know we need a 50% zero emission fleet turnover in our county with a slight reduction in BMT per capita by 2040, and we can glide into that greenhouse gas reduction goal by 2050. So that's our metrics. We put out an RFP. We're on the second phase with an California Energy Commission grant to study electric vehicle preparedness or readiness plan. So it's not just type 2 chargers, fast chargers, but it's also inductive charging and charging methods of the future, better batteries. And then there's also a training component in there as well. And I think that's important. We try to be an owner of choice. We try to be an employer of choice. We have very little turnover. Sometimes that in most of the positions that's good, in some positions not so good. But like I said, we only have 19 employees, but very little turnover, employer of choice. And an owner of choice, we want to get the best bids possible and treat our contractors right so that when we build a project, everybody walks away happy, good quality, and those kinds of things. We're focused in on that. And then I wanted to add something. So we recently worked with the city of Pittsburgh, and we're trying to revamp the auto shop. And so Lindsay hosted an event called a STEM event for middle school girls. And so we had 120 middle school girls in a partnership between Chevron, Contra Costa, and some of our consultants. And so we're trying to get young people interested in STEM. And then at the Pittsburgh High School, we're going to try to revamp their auto shop. We're going to try to get an Ollie kit donated to Pittsburgh High School. I probably shouldn't have said that, Lindsay, but I sometimes can't contain myself. But the point is,
they're here in the playground. Maybe go close the deal while you're here.
Train these kids how to deal with the next generation, electric vehicles and things like that. So we're working a lot of components, but we don't have owner-operator problems, so that frees up a little bit of my time.
So Randy, I have another question for you, which is, y'all have just won significant research grants, so congratulations. What can you tell us about the prospects for increasing the capacity of freeways and using autonomous vehicles to get seniors to their hospital appointments, which I think is part of what you're looking at?
So recently we proposed on what they call automated driving system grant. I think there were 73 applicants in the United States, and we were one of 10 recipients. We got $7.5 million. We thought we had the grant when USDOT called and said, would you take $7.5 million, because it was up to $10 million per request, $15 million per state. And we don't try to be very greedy, so we asked for $9.9 million, not the full 10. I'm telling that might be a secret for your applications. But they said, would you take $7.5 million? We said yes. And so the idea, there's three components there. And one of the things that in our long-range plans, we're trying to model the future, and that's very, very difficult because of the rapid changing of the technology landscape. The iPhone is 11 years old. I just got an iPhone 11, I'm pretty proud of that. I finally got a first edition of the phone, it works great. But over that 11 years, think about prior to that, what technology looked like. And so what we're trying to do is model the future. And so I gave a speech at TRB, and I said, we're using 3,000 vehicles per lane per hour by the year 2040. And a young man from Pennsylvania, DOT, jumped up and said, you're violating the highway capacity manual. And I said, well, I really think my number's closer than your number of 1,800 vehicles per lane per hour. By the year 2040, I'll tell you what, I'll bet you $500 right here, right now, that my number is closer than your number. But the good news is I probably won't be alive if I lose the bid anyway. But think about that for all of you, is we're trying to figure out, okay, what is the capacity of a lane that has self-connected autonomous vehicles operating in that lane? I think it's more than 1,800 vehicles per lane per hour. And so if you think about population growth, and the Sacramento region is growing, and I'm here today because I might move back one of these days because I love living in the Sacramento Valley. I lived in Elk Grove since 1990. I just recently moved to the Bay Area. Love the lifestyle here, but your population is growing. So if you use that 1,800 to 2,000 vehicles per lane per hour, and you look at your population growth in the Sacramento Valley, you need to widen every roadway in every community, and you just can't do that. Now, people want very quick construction now. We're widening Interstate 680. We're building an HOV lane. We're going to toll it. And people are calling me saying, Randy, it takes too long. 3 years is too long, too much noise, too much dust. Why don't you work during the day? We can't work during the day. We gotta work during the night. And so we're going to calculate what is the lane capacity, how many vehicles can operate on that lane. That's what we agreed with US DOT. The other two components you might be interested in is we have a high absentee rate at the county hospital. So it's not Kaiser Insurance, Blue Shield, Blue Cross, it's Medicare, Medi-Cal. And so you have doctors that are staffed there to wait to take care of people. Well, a big excuse is I can't get there. I have to, if you use paratransit, you've got to make an appointment. Maybe things didn't work out that day. So I wanted to go in because I had a toe ache, and now my foot has to be cut off because I can't see the doctor for, however long. So it goes from minor to chronic. So what we want to do is propose to do self-driving minivans. We'll retrofit minivans in the future, but start testing the self-docking wheelchair technology and try to lower the absentee rate, make better use of the doctors. So that's pilot project number 2 around the county hospital in Martinez. And the third one is we have a gated community called Rossmore, and the average age is 78 years old, which means there's people close to 100, and you can enter at 55. I just recently was able to enter Rossmore. I haven't bought a house yet. But I have given 2 speeches there, and if you've ever been to a senior citizen gated community, I thought I almost got run over at least twice when I was driving there because the people probably shouldn't be driving, but they have no other option. And so our proposal is to take 2 shared autonomous vehicles, guaranteed ride on-demand service, bring in County Connection, our local transit operator, make that connection, protect that connection so that when the senior citizens are there, the bus is there, and then take them out and see if we can reduce the reliance on the single occupant vehicle in Rossmore and free up some space for other things in that community. So that's the recent grant that we got. And I wanted to shout out to Secretary Chow. I was told I didn't tell her enough times. Thank you. So thank you, Secretary Chow, again, if you're out there, because we love this grant. And the other thing that you'd be interested in, the last thing is near-miss data. So many years when I worked for Caltrans, how many people have to die before you do something. And with technology that, at least the sensors, is 360-degree situational awareness, you can get near-miss data and send engineers out to take a look at a problem before it happens. You have near-miss information, go out there and take a look. You have skidding at the same location, scratch the surface, increase friction, and go out and pave it later. But let's save lives. Let's be more proactive than what we do normally, and that is being very reactive when it has safety issues.
Thank you. So Lori, I know you said you're in the discovery phase and new to Sacramento and new to your job, and you're kind of in learning mode, and I'm sure there's a bit of a fire hose. But this is a region that is very interested in mobility and innovation, and I think there's a lot of energy in the Sacramento region for that. And as you think about how you set your agenda in innovation and mobility, what are your thoughts about working with local governments to help set and establish that agenda?
Well, I think it's critical. I believe that you guys are the ones kind of close to the ground and really looking for, like I said before, where is it appropriate for state involvement? I don't necessarily mean regulatory or statutory changes. Where can we help set the stage for you guys to figure out how to kind of use different innovations in your communities to improve the quality of life? So I know SACOG is a unique region where you actually go from completely urban to completely rural areas. You kind of pass through all the exurban, suburban, everything. And so what may be appropriate, in a downtown of a city is not going to necessarily be appropriate in your very rural areas, and how can you still benefit from these innovations, whether it be new technology or best practices or a new way of looking at an issue in order to make sure that it actually helps the people in your communities. So I am looking for partnerships, and we are looking for you guys to come in and tell us where do you think we should be kind of putting our efforts and our resources. Local governments are critical.
Great, thank you. So clearly, as you think about it, innovation can help lead the way forward, path forward, but there can be some unintended consequences associated with it. All you have to do is read the newspapers about Facebook and where they are today to know that there can be potentially serious problems out there. So as you think about the rapid mobility and innovations and the challenges with keeping up with those rapid innovations, what unintended consequences are you seeing or are you worried about with this new mobility innovation? Let anybody start who wants to.
Yeah, I'll just say, I think there's a couple of things that I would point to. One is, we've been doing a lot of policymaking in darkness over the last, I would say, 10 years or so, starting with the arrival of on-demand services in cities like Uber and Lyft. And as a result, we're just now starting to understand what kinds of effects that those services actually have on our communities. On the plus side, for example, they actually do a much better job, at least in Los Angeles, than taxis at treating people sort of the same, no matter what color they are, what neighborhood they live in. There's still definitely some discrimination occurring, but it's nothing on the order of magnitude of what black and brown people experience with taxi cabs. On the downside, every single city they show up in, you see a drop in transit ridership, an increase in pedestrian crashes, and an overall increase in traffic. On the plus side, they actually may be able to help lessen our need to provide parking. So this is it's not sort of a black and white picture that we're seeing, that where the answer is sort of obvious, these are a good thing or these are a bad thing. But what's definitely a bad thing is that we have had to sort of make best guesses about what's happening on our streets and not been able to get any insight into what's going on because many of these companies, for a whole host of reasons, don't give any data to anyone. And so you have to rely on research, academic institutions to go out and collect and do original research and collect original data in order to try and understand what's happening. The other thing I'll point to is just that, as the public sector in general, the rules are a little different for us, and we all know that an entrepreneur can fail repeatedly, and that's actually rewarded as a virtue, this idea of failing forward. But when you are in the public sector and you are using public dollars, failure is definitely not celebrated. And there's a famous front cover of a magazine in Los Angeles with a former mayor, and it's just his picture, and it just says failure in huge, black, bold letters across the bottom of it. There's not a lot of reward for risk-taking in government. And I think that's not exactly an answer to your question, but I think it's really problematic for us because it means that we are going to continue to struggle to actually be on a level playing field so that we really can nudge forward new ideas that solve real problems and then be mindful about holding people accountable for new ideas that don't solve problems and maybe make problems worse.
I think you raise an interesting issue, which is because of that risk aversion, it really tells you not to experiment either or try something new.
Absolutely.
Innovate, iterate to get it right.
Yeah, total chilling effect on the any kind of incentive for people in my organization who may have great ideas to actually stick their neck out and take a risk. And sort of to Randy's point earlier, there's a lot of really unsexy things that we could really be great at and focus on and apply innovations there. Things like procurement and public outreach, things that are totally broken. But one of those things is, how do you develop a culture of thoughtful risk-taking inside a city department?
Let me add something to that, because I think that's very, very important. I understand there's a lot of elected officials here today. We get and fail forward is something that we talk about in an organization because they know that at the end of the day, if somebody fails in our organization, I take the blame and I'm the expendable one. I have a severance component of my contract, so that's okay.
I don't.
I have 41 years in PERS, so I mean, I can go at any time, but that's not the point. I think the point is it's a three-legged stool in the, I'll call it the political environment, the staff environment with the tech firms, which we never had. It was always political and it was staff. And now we're adding the technology. And I think that if you look at Contra Costa as maybe a test case, when I first got to Contra Costa about 10 years ago now, I thought it would only last 5. The board was going to vote no on the hot lane. They would say, no, it's a regressive tax, we don't like it. And then, no, we don't have ramp meters, and we don't like backing up traffic on local roads. It's no good, Randy, we don't want to do that either. And so I went to the board and said, you really ought to take a look. There's studies that have been done that show that in the case of ramp meters, it's a system management strategy. Why would I propose something that doesn't work? And then with tolling, that's another traffic system management strategy. It's you have capacity, you can toll that. You can take a single occupant vehicle out of that mixed flow lane, put it in the HOV lane for a toll. And well, Randy, that's all Lexus. No, that's not true. That's mostly your Chevrolet, so we should call it a Chevrolet lane. All those studies have been done. And it's moms and dads trying to pick up their kids from daycare because they get fined, $10 every minute they're late, or a plumber or whoever. But if you look today, the board tells the staff, you need to go faster because people are trying to pass us. And I think in our case, our reputation helps us get those federal grants. It's not like we're a staff of 20 in the middle of the Bay Area and we get called over to Washington to testify to Congress. So you can develop a relationship with your staff that will make government shine. But you have to tolerate a little risk.
Yeah, and I agree it's really about leadership, and that old saying that good leaders give credit and take blame, that's like the first thing you have to do to try and get your people comfortable sticking their neck out. If you go online right now and Google LADOT and jump scooters or jump bikes, you will have a whole host of articles that will pop up at you because we are in the middle of a very pitched communications battle about all of these issues with that company, but it's my name in the articles. And that's really important for staff to see. And then for them to feel the shine of developing, working for an organization that has a reputation for doing things and being innovative, getting called to DC. I think that is the sort of long-term ROI on that upfront investment of your personal capital as a leader.
And from just the state perspective, I think everybody has seen with the Newsom administration they brought in people who may have a different viewpoint. As you saw, Secretary Kim was very clear with me. If we want to try something new, we absolutely can do that. We fail fast and we recognize it, but we try new things and we see how they work and evaluate them quickly. Steve Gordon, our new director at the DMV, was somebody who was getting ready to retire, saw the ad and decided to apply and said, you know what, I can take my skill set and do this in a different way than has been done before. So we are excited to have him join us.
Bless him for that.
Right? I don't know how high that pile was, but also last week we swore in our brand new director of Caltrans, Tokso Mishakin, who came to us from the Tennessee DOT. I had the opportunity to sit down with him. He also is looking for new and innovative ways to solve issues. And if you look at his background as a planner and involvement in active transportation, I think we're really excited about that. He obviously has been a little overwhelmed in his first week. Talk about being thrown into the deep end with everything that's going on around the state. But I think you both made a really good point about leadership and that it does start from the top. And so our hope is that by bringing in some people who may not be your typical, the people you would have expected to lead these organizations, that we can start the process of change and of how we do things.
Thanks, and I think your point on leadership is right on, and I would say that really does need to start from the top. So I would say that folks in the audience who are elected officials, what you say matters to staff. So as you think about risk and encouraging people to experiment, because we've got to get ahead of the curve here, you have to understand, I think, that sometimes there are going to be failures, but it's an important part of how you learn and move forward. So we're starting at the top, it really does, the messaging from elected officials, I think, is crucial around these issues too.
Yeah, and I'm not the top, y'all are the top. The elected policymakers are at the top, not necessarily in the administrative layer. And I think we're lucky to have some outstanding elected leaders in this state, and all work for some great leaders.
So I think, a lot of times when people think about the mobility revolution, they think of Uber and Bird and autonomous vehicles, but innovation happens all over. And so as you think about the role of public transit and government and innovation in this new era, how do you guys are
Speaking of technology.
That's better than a hook. How do we really think about optimizing our investments in transit and other mobility solutions to address those big issues around equity and greenhouse gas emissions?
So LADOT runs a transit system. We have about 250 buses. We run about 20 million trips on an annual basis. So we're not Metro. I joke a lot of the times that they're Coke and we're Phantom. But we are the biggest municipal operator in LA County. And most of the routes that we inherited were routes that Metro was planning to mothball. And so the city came in and created a system and concessions it. We contract it out. And so we have a little bit more room to innovate. And we have an outstanding transit chief in Corinne Ralph. And her focus is really the rider. And they have really bucked the national trend of cratering transit ridership. LADOT transit ridership is up about 5%. Just in the first few months of this year, because they have constantly been innovating, and they've done it on 2 tracks. So they did a complete overhaul and redesign of the core service, tightened it up, focused it in the places where it was most vibrant, and then they started launching microtransit pilots to serve parts of the city that will never make sense as part of a core transit line, but really need service. So there's a tale of 2 microtransit pilots. We have one over on the west side of Los Angeles that's anchored in a housing development there called Mar Vista Gardens. It's a low-income community. They've got a lot of older adults, a lot of people with disabilities using that service, and it has doubled or tripled its ridership every single month that it's been around. It costs us more per rider to deliver that service, yes. But we are actually finally able to fill what has been a long-suffering transit desert, and to Lori's point, open up the world to a lot of folks who were sort of trapped in place. We had another microtransit pilot that we launched in downtown LA that was supposed to supplement nighttime service, and it was cost competitive. It was cheaper than an Uber and Lyft, a little more than the bus, and we were having nights where we would have 1 rider on it all night, and so we had to sort of prematurely pull the plug on that pilot and kind of go back to the drawing board. But you can do both things. You can really focus and improve your core service and experiment and fail fast, or succeed fast, hopefully, on the edges too. And only government can do that. None of these private companies are going to go out to Mar Vista Gardens and sit them down and say, how can I spend $66 per rider to solve your transit desert problem? We have another program called Blue LA, which is an EV car sharing program. We had funds to put that in low-income communities, and it has 60% of its members are low or very low income. That is a public-private partnership, and that company bid on it because they want to expand to the rest of Los Angeles, which is great. We want them to be, ridiculously successful, but if we hadn't been at the table, they would have gone to places that already have tons of choices. Century City, Venice, Santa Monica. They would not have gone to MacArthur Park, and they certainly wouldn't be trying to intentionally make sure that their product solves for the use cases of folks who want to add their caretakers to their account so that they can go get medicine for their aging parents who all crowd together in a 1-bedroom apartment. These are the ways that I think the public sector really ought to think of ourselves as the activist investor, and figure out ways to invest in things so that they go to the places that solve the real problem, but also open up economic opportunities for those companies to go to the place they think the market is the richest.
Since Deputy Secretary Lori Pepper's here, I just want to say that we're trying to put buses on shoulder out on Interstate 68 as a pilot. And so when speeds drop below 35 miles an hour on the main line, they can pull out. It's the interstate, so you got 12 feet, or you got 10 foot of, mostly it's concrete, some asphalt concrete. We agreed to beef up all the shoulders and run these during peak hours between Walnut Creek and San Ramon. And when I was in the director's office, we authorized a pilot on the 805 in San Diego with perfectly no accidents. And here we are, 12, 15 years later, I still can't get the pilot approved because the California Highway Patrol says that's their office. So my challenge to you is, if we're gonna not do that, we're gonna widen Interstate 680. What do you think it would cost to put 12 foot of pavement on either side? A few $1 billion, and all the angst and the headaches and the calls to me saying it's too noisy and all this stuff. So take a look at that, bus on shoulder. I think that's a great idea.
Randy's really trying to get deals done today. I came here to get some deals done.
So,
I got some other ones. So incentives and rewards. So I think you're doing some of that in LA, but we're trying to figure out how do we incentivize and pay the patron reward money, because it's a lot cheaper at the end of the day. We can't spend money on paying somebody to take a bus. Sure you can. It's a lot cheaper than widening Sepulveda Boulevard, for Christ's sake, but we never add that in the calculation. All we view is we go, oh my God, then you're giving somebody a free bus ride. Well, yeah, so that person takes a bus ride, maybe one less parking space. Parking spaces now in multi-level structures, about $70,000 a space, right?
Yeah, really expensive. And it's a good point that the return on investment for transportation is indirect. It doesn't, don't tell Uber and Lyft this, but it's really hard to make money on the trip itself. Newsflash. Anybody running a transit agency can tell you that. But what it does is enable people to have access to opportunity, to have access to education, to have access to jobs, to go out to lunch with Gladys, the example that the mayor used, right? And that's the return, and it's indirect. So maybe I save $70,000 on those parking spaces. That's not money that's coming back directly to DOT, but it is money that's going back that benefits sort of everybody at large. When we made transit free for all students in Los Angeles, on LA DOT transit at least, waiting for Metro, for all the way up to community college, we saw our ridership jump. And what that means is that we get a bigger slice of pie for formula funds based on ridership. So yeah, maybe we lost a few nickels on those rides, but young people students are one of our largest ridership cohorts. And so getting more of them onto our system,
they stay riders.
Actually, and they stay riders because Dash is exceptional and they have a great experience. And then they, we do get money back because we've improved the bottom line on ridership and not necessarily on fare box.
So I think I lied. I didn't leave any room for questions, so I apologize. I was so interested in what you guys had to say. So sorry, folks, that's my fault, not our speaker's fault. Oh, she's going to give me one question. All right, one question from anyone.
Oh, right here in the back.
I failed as a moderator.
Hi, Josh Pilchowski, DKS Associates. Regarding the near miss data that's becoming more and more available, how do you think that will affect the current grant funding process that depends on observed crashes as opposed to this new data source?
So you're talking about HSIP money coming based on accident? Yeah. So the first goal is to figure out how do we become broke, because our goal is to reduce fatalities and injuries, and they're going this direction, not this direction. And so we got to work with our partners because they don't like to share data in some cases. Nothing against Honda, but yeah, they might not want to share all the data with us. But they're a partner at Momentum Station, our test bed, and they've agreed to share data. So we don't want proprietary data, we just want that. We haven't looked at the impacts long-term on funding based on severity of crashes, but I think if we don't calculate the cost to society for every injury, that occurs, that's not calculated. It's just a flat number that this is how many accidents, this is how many fatalities, this is how many injuries. But nobody does a calculation of, okay, if we reduce that, what are we going to save somewhere else? This goes to Salidas. You may cost you nickels here, but overall, the overall budget, you save a lot of money. And I think that's the calculation that we have to figure out in the future. But first, we've got to gather the information to be more proactive than reactive. Yeah.
Well, and I just want to add one thing, which is, means we're making deals, and we have a captive deputy secretary up here. HSFP is already totally broken, because the way that funding source works is that you have to prove to the state that you have an urgent and very intense safety problem. People are dying, and if you don't do something, the status quo means they're going to keep dying. And then the state says, great, I will reward you for having the most people dying at this location, and by the way, it's going to take you 3 years to build whatever you said you wanted to build, because that's how long it takes us to administer that grant with the grant administrators. So we've actually stopped going after HSIP money because we kept having to give the money back because we found other funding sources and wouldn't fix the problem because it couldn't wait. And I think this is another one of those areas you've stumbled upon where a little innovation here in a place, you know, a grant program that's buried way down deep that most of the public has no idea exists could actually have a really powerful positive impact on their lives.
Wow, good feedback from Lori. So could you join me in thanking our panelists? And thank you, SACOG, for putting together today's event.
Thank you to all of you who are still here. We're wondering with the mobility playground and lunch, you're going to stick it out and you're still here. It's wonderful. I just want to do a very quick show of hands. SACOG board members, please just raise your hands right now if you're on the SACOG board of directors. That's fantastic. Keep those hands up. If you're an elected official at any level for any district or board, keep your hands up, elected officials. And now, if you're staff to any of these agencies, public agency staff, put your hands up. So we are your council of governments. Whether you come to our meeting, whether you know our agenda every month, we're your council of governments. That's why this is the Regional Futures Forum. And I'm going to tell you, one of the many reasons I'm proud to run SACOG is we're one of the largest areas in the country, metropolitan regions, councils of governments, that has every single local jurisdiction sitting around that table twice a month. That is one of our many powers. It's one of our many superpowers, and we should never overlook that or take it for granted. So I hope from today, if you are not plugged into SACOG, we want you to be plugged in. And understand this. Our job is to make you, as a local jurisdiction or local agency or special district, successful. Okay? It's not about us. It's about the region, it's about you, and it's about the future, right? So, let me bring up the slides. There we go, moving us forward. I just want to maybe reflect a little bit on today. I hope you've been reflecting on it, and give you a couple of thoughts in terms of what you could take home. What do these panels mean for our region, for our future, for how we think, for where we're going in transportation? And I mentioned this earlier on the panel. We are about to adopt a 20-year Metropolitan Transportation Plan, Sustainable Community Strategy. Don't tell me you don't know the acronym, MTPSCS. We love acronyms. It's our Achilles heel, but it's a really, under that acronym is a really, really important plan. And that plan we hope will get adopted November 18th by our board. And that plan says we cannot do business as usual. We cannot continue business as usual in this region because frankly we can't afford to, and frankly we won't be successful if we don't change the way we think and plan and act. So 3 things in this plan, it's not just a transportation plan, 3 things that we say basically we've got to change how we grow, so our development, land use, jobs, housing. We have to have more infill, but not just in our urban core, but along our suburban corridors, Arden Way. Supervisor Peters showed you this morning those inspirational slides. We are a suburban region largely, and we have to figure out a development model that can actually fill in all of these corridors, these old retail spaces, and put smaller housing units, more adaptable housing units, more accessible and affordable housing units, largely in the places that already exist. We'll do some greenfield, and we'll have some continued success in our urban core, but the suburban areas of our region, we have got to grow differently and have a different development model. Number one. Number two, we've got to move differently. So in terms of transportation, and that's obviously the theme of the day, and the title of this talk is about choices. So we have some very tough trade-offs and decisions and choices ahead of us, and we need to be understanding of those and intentional. So let me just suggest this to you, which again comes out of the MTP. If you haven't, I'm going to tell you again, in your program is our vision statement for 2040. Please give that a read. That's a hard thing to be able to write. Where are we going in 20 years? But I believe that's an inspirational vision for what this region can be, and it is exactly where we want to try to head with this plan. So in transportation, and we said this morning, and I'm as a transportation person, for many decades, my profession told you, just tell us what you need and we'll figure out how to find the money. I'm sure Congress will come and save us, give us lots of federal funds, the state will save us, give us lots of state funds. So however expensive your projects are, how many you have, don't worry about it, we'll take care of it. And the truth is, we cannot afford all the things we say we want to build. That does not mean we can't have a great transportation system, it means we got to think differently. So here's the pyramid that I want you to go home with and think about. Very foundation of this pyramid, as we've talked and you heard from all our colleagues in Atlanta and Denver, fix it first. We have streets and roads, and I probably don't have to, this is not news to any of you that drive on those streets and roads or ride your bike or ride a bus on those streets and roads, and our transit systems are in a state of disrepair. Right? We are falling down the pavement condition index as a region, and we've got to do better. So our first foundational priority has got to be maintenance, and fix it first. And second, what you just heard the previous panel talk about, and this is why the program for the region that you've heard also about, Mayor Cabaldon mentioned, called Civic Lab, innovation and innovative mobility is absolutely key, right? How do we get smarter and move more people and more stuff with less money? How do we use innovation that way? And it is not just, although we are bullish on autonomous vehicles and we think this region is a perfect place to be a test bed for autonomous vehicles and drone delivery and everything else, but it is things like the little tiny community of Knights Landing in Yolo County, a microtransit service that will be run by some volunteer drivers and personal vehicles and getting people from point A to point B. That is also innovation. It is things like the US 50 highway corridor that is using technology and intelligent transportation systems so it can actually move traffic up and down. It's things like telecommuting, different work hours. We have got to employ all of these strategies if we're going to actually survive as a region and not choke on our own success. And then finally, we are going to have to build new. That is absolutely true. We cannot survive just on today's infrastructure. But the top of that pyramid is the smallest for a reason, because we have to be really strategic and thoughtful and data-driven about where we invest in major capital projects and what we can afford as a region. And so we have to get better at establishing a list of priorities. When we do go for major capital investments, what are they for? What's the cost-benefit ratio, and does it advance economic competitiveness and prosperity? So it used to be, I would tell you that as a transportation person throughout the 20th century, it wasn't a pyramid, it was a square, because we thought we had all the money in the world. I worked on a lot of federal transportation bills back in DC and Congress, and every single transportation bill from Congress would go up and up and up every 6 years when they authorized it, until 2012, and a bill called MAP 21. For the first time, they flatlined that. And the future of federal funding is completely unstable. We cannot rely on the federal government anymore. And we always thought in the transportation industry that we would have this kind of a square box, frankly, and there was no innovation in the middle there. It was just maintenance and capacity, and that was the tension. But it's more like this. This is not a bad thing. As Winston Churchill, I think, once said, I'm paraphrasing, We've run out of money, now we're going to have to actually think, right? We are a region that can actually double down on getting smarter and providing more mobility. And I've got to tell you, as a huge believer in public transit, we cannot afford to extend light rail all around the region. We can double and triple down on buses, though. We can do bus rapid transit, express bus down express lanes. We can make buses work like a premium luxury service and give everybody from all walks of life in this region a great quick ride, zip you out of traffic, and we need to frankly go really big on bus transit. Okay, so I want to leave you with some of these things to think about because it's really important in terms of the success of our region. And we as SACOG, as I said, on November 18th, the board will be looking to adopt our Metropolitan Transportation Plan. Please read in your program where that plan is heading. There'll be a lot of initiatives that come out of this plan over the next 12 months. We're launching a next generation transit initiative. A lot of our transit partners and micromobility partners and private sector partners. We have a civic lab program that we're going to be looking at over the next year to try to help a lot of your U.S. local jurisdictions revitalize those old retail and commercial corridors. And we are also looking at, the final piece is how we pay for transportation. So we're looking to launch an initiative about what comes after the gas tax. Because I think you've heard a couple of people say this morning, the gas tax is not going to be with us forever. The state of Washington just basically gave themselves about 10 years before their state gas tax is going to go broke. So we've got to get smarter about what is the next generation of how we pay for transportation. This is exciting stuff. These are opportunities, but they are also going to be very hard choices that we're going to have to be very intentional about. So we're going to leave you and send you off with one of my favorite speakers from around the country. You've heard him if you were in the room over lunch, John Robert Smith. I've got the pleasure to know John Robert Smith now for over a decade. John Robert was the mayor of Meridian, Mississippi for 16 years. He served as the chair of the Amtrak Board of Directors, and he now serves as the chair of Transportation for America. So join me in welcoming John Robert.
Good afternoon. I know it's after lunch and we had our opening speaker said we need more energy, but we certainly need more energy in the closing few minutes. So good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be with you, and it was an extra special pleasure to get to visit with James and his lovely family in their new home here, a family that I grew to love over that decade we spent together in Washington, D.C. I also feel very comfortable in a room full of local elected officials because we know what each other have faced in the time we have served in office, and I've heard several of you in local government encourage the students that are in the room to consider becoming involved in local government as a part of your career. And I certainly want to reinforce that because, as every elected official in this room knows, being mayor of your hometown is the best job you'll ever have. There's no level of government where you're so close to the people you serve. It's also the worst job you'll ever have. For the same reason, you're so close to the people you serve. And they know everything you do, and what they don't know, they'll make up. Now, I was a single parent from the time my children were 5 and 7, so my children went door to door with me campaigning. They made trips back and forth to D.C. and other places with me. And where I'm from in Mississippi, when you're invited to a church to go speak, you go speak at that church. And church services where I come from can last 3 and 4 hours, and my children would be with me the whole time. So when I went to them and said, I think I'm going to seek a 5th term in office, they looked at me and said, you're done. We don't need any more involvement of the public in our lives. So I came to Washington, D.C. to chair Transportation for America and to work in Smart Growth America, where I am a senior policy advisor there, and my work has carried me now to 119 different cities and towns across the country in every state but Wyoming and Nebraska. And Smart Growth America has a number of components besides Transportation for America. The National Complete Streets Coalition is a part of our work. Local Leaders Council, those of you who are local leaders, please email me. I'll tell you how to become involved with that. It doesn't cost you a dime, but it really links you to other leaders and solutions. And then Locus is a consortium of real estate developers who are committed to smart growth development and invest in projects in hometowns. Smart growth really is about shaping the quality of the place in that place shapes the lives of the people who live there, and it's not new at all. You see, we've been building cities and towns since there was civilization in very much the same way. For thousands of years we've built them, and certainly that's the way we built our cities and towns in this country. Small block sizes. Why? So you walk out your front door, down your sidewalk, walk to the corner grocery store, corner barber shop, catch the streetcar in front. It could take you to work, it could take you to the train station, and then you were connected to all parts of this country. That's certainly how you develop Sacramento. Very pretty street laid out, easy to walk to work or take local transit to work, and that's really how we built this whole country, cities and towns, large and small, until the election of Calvin Coolidge as president. Now, Will Rogers tells us that when the American people elected Calvin Coolidge, they wanted nothing done, and he done it. Well, as idle as Silent Cal may have been, his Secretary of Commerce, Herbert Hoover, was very active, and he began to promote a whole new way of thinking about how you develop, and it's called Euclidean zoning. You had all of your industry zoned in one part of your city or town. You had your commercial in yet another, segregated in uses. Your residential was certainly apart from both of the others, and then your civic institutions, your schools, places of government were yet one more, and they were all connected by a major arterial. But that kind of development, breaking up the mixed-use neighborhoods into segregated uses that were dependent on automobiles, really didn't take off until after World War II, when returning GIs came back, and they could get a lower interest rate on a home loan if it were outside the city than if they were redoing the home of their grandmother in the city. And that led to a incentivized movement out of cities and towns to what became known as the suburbs. And, you know, it was going to be a seamless movement of traffic. There was never congestion anticipated. This was going to free us with so much more time if we had this automobile and this infrastructure. And, of course, retail changed remarkably as we built big boxes sucked out of the downtown, surrounded by concrete. You had to have a car to get there. And, of course, that hollowed out those small downtowns that were gathering places for the people in the rural communities or the larger city around it. And it changed how we built neighborhoods. We began to build neighborhoods that began to sprawl into the agricultural land, into the forest land around us, on cul-de-sac streets, and we built residential areas that looked just like this. And if you've been out for dinner in the evening and had a glass of wine extra and you're driving home, I don't know how you recognize which one of those houses is yours. But notice there's something missing. There are no sidewalks because you're never intended to walk in your neighborhood, and that has changed how we do the simplest things in life, like walking the dog. And it has significant impact on the health of this community and our people. But things are changing, and they're changing rapidly, and they're being driven by twin forces of a shift in economic development. Governor Hugh White in Mississippi developed the kind of economic development we've had for decades, where there's a big green field, you got a highway there, a little water, you've got an economic development site. Well, that's changing remarkably, and there's a demographic shift. that is forcing our decisions in a very new way. And if you're in local government, you have to know these two things are happening. You may not like them, but you have to embrace them as fact. We're moving from making tools and spools to a knowledge economy. You see, it's not about chasing smokestacks anymore. It's about talent. The talent of the workforce is driving economic development decisions. When it comes to the generations, there are two twin generations that are huge, the largest generations in the history of the country. One is us baby boomers, and some of you are boomers along with me. We're the largest generation in the history of the country, with the longest life expectancy, thank the Lord, of any generation in the history of the country. So we're going to be with you for a while. But we have been eclipsed now by the millennial generation. And just as we're a different aging population, they're a very different youthful population. They're now the largest percentage of the population of the country and the largest percentage of the workforce in the country. And these two generations are driving the decision-making at local government for sure. Those of you who are Gen Xers, you're just too small a generation to matter. It's all being driven by these two other generations, although you will be hiring those millennials. So let's take a look at the boomers as different senior citizens. Since we're living longer, maybe 30 years longer, we're taking better care of ourselves. We're walking more, biking more. We don't want to sit on a front porch and rock. We want to be engaged in our community. And the truth is, our reflexes aren't quite what they once were, and we're intimidated by all of that heavy interstate traffic. And the truth is, you don't want us on the interstate for the next 20 years. And we're taking more public transportation than ever before because we still want to be engaged with our families in the learning experience. And when it comes to our housing, we're moving out of those big places. We don't want to mow all that grass or dust all that stuff. And so we're moving into smaller neighborhoods. Yes, we can walk and know our neighbors, but we're also moving downtown into repurposed urban properties. When it comes to the millennials, this is not some strange group of young people who all live in Portland, Oregon. These are your children and your grandchildren. And if you care about what that future is for them, and if you want to be a part of their lives, and more importantly, as an elected official, if you want them to be a part of your community and the vibrancy of your workforce, you better ask them what they're looking for. And they're different as well. You know, when I was a young boy, I had to have my driver's license. Because that's how we socialized. We loaded 8 friends in the car. There weren't any seat belts. And that was how we socialized. But the millennials have this device. This is their Chevy. This connects them to all of their friends in a clique. And so they're biking more and walking more and using other forms of transportation and are a growing user of public transportation like Amtrak as well. And when it comes to where they want to live, only 12% want to return to those cul-de-sac neighborhoods they grew up in. 47% want the big city, want the Sacramento downtown, but 40% want smaller cities. And they want rural areas, provided you have broadband access that is robust and you have a downtown that pops. It's authentic. And we see it all across the country, whether it's in Tennessee or Colorado, Kentucky or Arkansas. Smaller cities are reinventing their city center and becoming vibrant once more, but it's a matter of leadership and choice. And these two changing issues have big impacts. We did a study called Core Values. There were 500 businesses, corporations, home headquarters, tech firms. 500 moved into downtowns in a 5-year period. Why? So we interviewed them all. And they told us, everyone, we're looking for the bright young workforce of the future, and we can't get them to move to a remote office park or a remote place of work. So when they moved into the downtown, the walk score went from a desert to almost a paradise. The transit score went up, and transit was defined in many, many different ways by them. And their bike score went up. So this is, the job creators are looking for the job, those bright employees, and those bright employees are looking for downtowns and vibrant places. not only big cities, but in places like Conway, Arkansas, through 3 small tech firms, and the 3 executives of the firm said, we can get the kind of worker we want in Conway because it's got a cool downtown and they're connected to the larger region. You see, main streets are back again. This is Fairhope, Alabama. Pretty nice looking place, but we are being threatened by outside forces that are having impact on our decision making. And as you can imagine, the first outside force that's having a negative impact is the federal government. We are facing, when I made this slide on Monday, $22.9 trillion deficit, national debt. We're going to have to deal with that, and Congress is going to struggle to deal with that. And when you look at the need, $2.4 trillion over 6 years in road and transit, but just in 1 year, 90 million for transit backlog. My friends, we have been living in a transportation house with a hole in the roof, and for decades we've been hanging new wallpaper. We've got to begin to fix that hole in the roof. At Transportation for America, we have taken, I think, a fairly bold stand and said no new transportation funds, no additionally new transportation funds until you do several things in policy, fundamentally change policy. If Congress continues to throw money at a 1950s transportation policy plan, we're going to get the same results we've been getting. So the first thing is you got to fix it first, and you've heard this over and over and over again, but you've got to fix it first. And we need to measure how states and localities are doing and fix it first. Second thing is it's got to be safe. We design and build transportation infrastructure that kills tens of thousands of Americans every year. As we design transportation infrastructure, it ought to be safe for the vehicle, but also for transit, for the pedestrian, and for the bikers alike. We need to provide safe infrastructure for our people. And then thirdly, instead of measuring how fast transportation gets you from A to B, measure what it connects you to. Does your transportation investment connect you to jobs? Does it connect you to services? Does it connect you to opportunity? You see, the federal government is looking to you to solve these issues. The bad news is the feds aren't coming to rescue you. They're not coming in with a bunch of money that they don't have to fulfill your wishes. You must solve this. The good news is I believe you can, and I want to talk about a few places as examples where it took vision, and it took courage, and it took leadership to make the difference. This is Normal, Illinois. You might say it's a college town. There was a college there, initially a normal college where you train teachers, but there was no town around it. It was located remotely, like a lot of little colleges were, in this case from Bloomington, Illinois, but people began to cluster around this college. And so Normal, Illinois became an incorporated city, but it wasn't a place. It didn't have a downtown. It didn't have a center. You didn't know when you got to a place, you didn't know you were there because there was no there. So Mayor Chris Coons of Normal took his transit system, which carries 2.4 million people a year, and he created a downtown. So for those of you who are suburban areas that really don't have that intersection that you can identify as the heart of a community, Coons did it in Normal. He took his transit center, his train station, his city hall, council offices, all in one structure, built this great roundabout public park in the middle, and he has created a center. You now know when you're in the heart of Normal, Illinois. Missoula, Montana, the University of Missoula and the city of Missoula came together on a transit plan because the university was eating up all of their beautiful river and mountainside property building parking lots for game days for the University of Montana. And with this, they have provided, between the city and the university itself, a terrific
vibrant downtown space. It's not easy to get anywhere in Montana. They're fairly isolated across the state, but when you get there, you know you're somewhere. And the commerce and the energy there is very robust. People's transit in Huron, South Dakota. Can you imagine what the winter temperature is like in Huron, South Dakota? The elderly couldn't get anywhere during the winter because those temperatures are absolutely lethal. So they developed a transit system just to address those winter hours. So successful, they've been able to expand that pilot project, which was funded by the Aging Americans Act, take that pilot project and expand it for not only seniors for health care and to bring meals to them and to connect them to recreational purposes, but also open it up to the general public, taking school children to school and to other activities of life. They don't have to face this kind of weather on foot anymore. And when you look at Paris, Texas, which some of you are familiar with Paris, Texas, they didn't start with a transit plan. They went to the public first and said, what are the most critical destinations we have to connect for you? They found out from the hospital we can't get patients that have been discharged back for their follow-up care because they can't get out to our hospital easily. So the hospital not only helps fund it, they provide the office for it, they provide the parking lot for the vehicles, they even provide a traffic light on the street, so when you need to be picked up from the oncology center, the light turns red and the transit knows to come in and to get you. Innovative ways of dealing with this. This is Irwin, Tennessee, and you need to understand this, whether you're not talking about just competing with each other in this region or across this state. You're competing with Meridian, Mississippi. You're competing with Missoula, Montana. You're creating with cities of similar sizes all across this country for that young, youthful talent pool and the jobs that will come with them and the seniors that will be able to remain with you, whether you know it or not. So I want to spend my closing minutes talking about the city I know best, my hometown of Meridian, Mississippi. We're a city of 43,000 located on the Mississippi-Alabama border. Connected by good transportation connections to interstate highways, relatively good air service for a small city like ours. Everything that moves through there out of Meridian goes to Atlanta Hartsfield. I've told the children, don't worry if something happens to me when I'm in Meridian. My spirit will first go to Atlanta Hartsfield. Then it will be reassigned to one of two other permanent destinations. But we are the retail, medical, employment, entertainment, educational trade draw, our 43,000 community, for 350,000 people in 7 rural counties around us. And I think there are 3 questions I want you to think about for the future that you need to be able to ask and answer. The first is, who were you in the past? Why did your town grow up where it is instead of 20 miles in some other direction? Perhaps it was natural resources. In Meridian's case, it was 2 railroads crossed there and needed a city to grow up in 1850. Who are you now? And that has to be an unvarnished look at what you've become, good or bad. And that's hard to do in an honest way. But the third question is the most important of the 3, and that's, who do you aspire to be? You see, if you can't answer that question for your grandchild or your child when you get home, then you're not really prepared to envision the future for your community. In Meridian's case, as I said, 2 railroads crossed. We grew as a railhead. We were connected to 70% of the nation's population at that time in the 1860s, 2-day train trip out of Meridian. And we continued to grow, very robust. But that transportation infrastructure drew, in the spring of 1864, General William Tecumseh Sherman and 10,000 federal troops. Now, the general brought his own brand of urban renewal to Meridian. He burned every structure in Meridian to the ground. Heated up the rails, tied them around trees to form what was known as Sherman's bow ties, cabled Lincoln and the War Department. Meridian no longer exists. But 28 days after the general left, the people of Meridian rebuilt that transportation infrastructure, rail in that case, because they realized it was their reason for being, but would also be their way out of this disaster into the future. And German Jewish immigrants moved to Meridian because of our transportation connectivity. And they had retail in Meridian and in New York City. They built a beautiful downtown assortment of turn-of-the-century architecture that was unsurpassed. They built an opera house because the touring opera companies are musical or theatrical companies moved by rail from Atlanta to New Orleans, picked up a night in Meridian, so the greatest talents, Sarah Bernhardt, all the Barrymores, played Meridian, built this lovely opera house. We built a downtown on intersecting grids, very vibrant place when I was a boy in the downtown. And passenger rail, we had 26 passenger trains a day, built this lovely station. These buildings I showed you said something about not only the people who built them, but it said something about what they believed Meridian would be for the next 100 years. And this is what was left of that station when I took office. And you might say, well, you know, John Robert, that doesn't tell me much, but I think it tells you a great deal. It tells you we turned our back on our transportation connectivity, we turned our back on our wonderful historical architecture we had, and we turned our back on the future. And that department store and opera house, we decided to enclose that in this aluminum skin, and we gutted the opera house. When I was elected, the business community came to me and said, Mayor, we want you to tear down the opera house. We need more surface parking. I said, you've got the wrong guy. So Meridian needed something. We needed to have a project we could build, we could complete, that people could touch and feel and use and be connected to. So we designed the South's first multimodal transportation center. It's passenger rail, it's intercity bus, it's local transit system, all in the downtown. And yes, there's a beacon out of the top of it to draw you off the interstates into the downtown. It had to be aspirational. No one believed we could do it, but then we had to complete it, and this is what we built, which hopefully says something to my grandchildren like the original structure said to me when I was a boy. And that station, I'm pretty optimistic, but what you will see is it's now the most heavily used public space in Meridian, and 300,000 people a year move through that station. Now we're a city of 43,000. So you bring that kind of movement into your downtown, all spurred by transportation connectivity, you can make some money doing that. And I was a Republican mayor all of those years, and I never had a majority Republican council, such as they were. And we were a very diverse community. 65% of my voting age population is African American. But I found if we're talking about how we lift our community up, if we demonstrate that we're really serious when we say it's every neighborhood in Meridian has to be a part of this lift, all the people of Meridian have to be connected to education and to jobs and to opportunity, then it gets us focused on succeeding together, and all of a sudden those differences politically or demographically simply don't make a difference anymore. Property values quadrupled in the downtown. Sales tax receipts increased 60%, and we are forbidden by law from increasing our sales tax as a function. It has to grow by growing sales, and we were able to keep property tax virtually flat or millage for 16 years, and rebuilt and restored our city hall there. It belongs to the people, not to me. This is the department store and opera house that was restored, and this is the interior. When we started, that project had no windows in it, had 3 feet of pigeon excrement in it. As I said, people wanted it demolished. My father promised me at one time the city would realize what a jewel they had and we'd go see a show there again. Well, he didn't live to see that. But if you look at that replication of the historic wallpapers and fabrics and balconies, I think it's moving. It's so moving that the Kennedy Center heard about it, and they now send acts from the Kennedy Center in D.C. to perform in Meridian. So we've had Wynton Marsalis in the Kennedy Center Orchestra, and he asked to come back because the acoustics were so special. The Soweto Gospel Choir, Itzhak Perlman, and the Meridian Symphony playing there. Hal Holbrook performed Mark Twain tonight, and at the end of the performance walked back on stage and said, I performed all over the world, and this is one of the top 2 venues because no seat is more than 80 feet from center stage. And we believe that Mississippi represents the nation's storytellers. Do you think about it? Father of rock and roll, father of country music, B.B. King and the blues. If you were to look at the number of musically talented and performing megastars in the country, you'd be shocked at how many are from Mississippi. When you studied college English, American Lit, you were studying almost exclusively Mississippi authors. So we wanted to tell that story, not so much to you, but to our own children, to understand the impact that Mississippians have had in the worst of our times. We've still been able to be the storytellers. And when you do these things in the downtown, all of a sudden, and I was the only one who lived anywhere near downtown, all of a sudden you have new residential moving in. These are first floor retail, second floor condominiums, $250,000 apiece, top floor condominiums, $500,000 apiece. May not sound like much to y'all, but in Meridian, Mississippi, that's a lot of money. Unfinished space. All within easy walking distance of transportation and evenings and entertainment, but it can't be just about those who can afford that. It has to be for everybody. This is what public housing looked like in Meridian. I wouldn't want to live there. I can't tell you how my children would act if they did, so we built this nation's last Hope 6 project. We restored neighborhood, but you've got sidewalks, you've got street lighting, you've got landscaping, you've got parks for children and for seniors, and it can be rent to own, and with a $10,000 down payment that the city would loan you while I was there, you can be in a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath home for $70,000. And that allows families to have housing that they've never had owned a home in the entire memory of the family. And that changes their investment in the community because they suddenly believe they matter, that they have a voice and a part in the future. And we connected these things with bike trails and hiking trails. You know, we have a horrible obesity problem in Mississippi. Thank goodness for West Virginia. They're fatter than we are. But I got to get my people active, so I challenged them to lose 10,000 pounds, and they lost about 9,000 in 6 months, but it was walking trails, hiking trails, biking trails, connecting little kids to school so they can walk safely to school, all these things you know. And that makes such a difference, and all of a sudden your downtown has a life and a pop, and it's not vacant after 5. There are young people and old people enjoying the theater, enjoying dinner, enjoying art galleries, all in the downtown when no one believed it was possible. Now, the things that I've shared with you quickly, but every speaker, when you think about it, has shared with you today, is it's not easy. I was sued twice over these initial projects. They were used against me in 3 elections. But you've got to have a will and a commitment. And I had something driving me a lot more important than an extra term in office. And I want you to think about a point on the horizon line as far removed from you. You know, these things, and you've heard this over and over, they're not completed in a 4-year term. They're not completed in 8 years in office, or even 20 years in office. These are 40-year visions. And you've got to be able to articulate those for the people you serve and the people you work with and for the children you go home to. So I want you to pick a point on the horizon line that is far in the difference. distance. And it's important to you. In fact, it's critically important to what is happening at that point in the future, whether you're there to enjoy it or not. And for me, that distant point that is so critically important to me, but I will never occupy, I find it reflected in the eyes of my grandson Ethan and his little brother Hayden and their brand new cousin, who's only 14 weeks old, Robert Gunner. You see, if we're not courageous and committed and willing to take a risk and make choices and decisions about how we build our communities, resurrect our communities, redefine our communities, and connect them in a way that serves all, then we're failing them. They will not be able to find a future in the hometown of their grandfather and great-great-grandfather. Yeah, I told you we were storytellers. Well, when I go back home to visit, the two older boys will pile in bed with me, and yes, they want me to read to them, but they really want me to tell them stories. So I'll tell them stories my grandmother told me about Aunt Addie and the wildcat, and the stories of the wild man of Lost Gap. Now, the 13-year-old will always want to hear what it was like when I was a boy. And I'll share that, and they'll laugh at the notion of a phone with a cord on it. But they'll be envious of being able to walk down to the corner drugstore and get a malted milk that I could do when I was a boy. One of the last visits home, the 13-year-old had gone on about his business, and the 7-year-old was there with me. And those of you who have small children know it. So he took his little hands, put them on either side of my face so that he would make sure I was focused on him. But they call me Paka. And he said, Paka, tell me what it's going to be like when I get big. And that's the work we do. We answer that little boy's question. What's it going to be like when I get big? And it's the question that's unasked perhaps, but on the mind of every little boy and little girl spread across this country. What's it going to be like when I get big? I urge you to be committed, to be brave, courageous, take risk, and above all, be visionary about the places you love and the people you love in your hometown. Thank you.